3 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. I want to acknowledge that this meeting is taking place in the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. Pursuant to the order of reference of Thursday, May the 12th, 2022, the committee is meeting on the study of Bill C-11, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. Today's meeting is taking place in a hybrid format, and I think I want to make a few comments for the benefits of the witnesses and members. Please wait until I recognize you by name before speaking. For those participating by video conference, click on the microphone icon at the bottom of your screen or wherever it may be on your screen, and you can actually get English or French. And a reminder that all comments should be addressed to the chair. So without further ado, and just one more note to the clerk, I am unable to see all the members of the committee and the witnesses on this format that we now have. I see a big empty room and then just 6 people in one corner of my screen. It would be difficult for me to see people's hands going up if I don't get to see everyone on the screen. I just wanted to point that out.
Dr. Fry, would you want to suspend the meeting for a moment and an IT person will call you for gallery view?
I think I have gallery view. I always go on gallery view. I will try again. Aha. C'est bon. Oui. Okay, thank you very much. I can see everyone now, including Kevin Wall, looking very studious at the bottom of the screen there. Okay, good morning, everyone, and we're ready to begin. As witnesses, you have, your organization has 5 minutes, and I will time you, and I will give you a 30-minute, well, a 1-minute warning, actually, so that we can begin and you can know when you can cut off. If you don't get to answer all your, make all your statements, you will be able to do so in the Q&A section later on. So I just wanted you to try and stick to the times. Okay, so here we go. The first witness is, as an individual, Peter Menzies. Peter, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to appear from here in Treaty 4 territory. And I'd like to state for the record that I am not employed by, nor am I in contract to any company or person asking me to advance the perspective I will share with you today. I spent almost 10 years as a CRTC commissioner, initially as a part-timer, then as regional commissioner for Alberta and the Northwest Territories, and finally for 4 years as vice chair of telecommunications. I served on dozens of public panels and was involved in thousands of decisions. I met and heard the views of people involved in Canada's creative sector and became familiar with their structures, their needs, and the world which the CRTC created for them. The Canadian film and television industry has just enjoyed a decade of remarkable prosperity. According to the Canadian Media Producers Association, it was a $5.8 billion industry in 2012. That was a year in which many groups within the industry were lobbying for the CRTC to take action for fear of the negative impact they were convinced Netflix would have. This was similar to the arguments made in previous years, essentially that the development of streaming on the internet would devastate Canada's creative sector, that change was bad. But that is not what happened. By the last pre-COVID year, 2019, also according to the CMPA, the industry grew to become a $9.5 billion industry. That's 80% growth. And it didn't happen because of something the CRTC did. It happened because the CRTC paid attention to the evidence, and the evidence indicated that the creative film and television industry was prospering like it never had before. More people than ever were finding work in that sector. There was little evidence to suggest that the industry would be better off if the CRTC tried to imprison it within the 21st century, within the 20th century structure called the Broadcasting Act. In fact, some of us felt it was important that we make it clear that unless there was evidence of economic decline, we had no intention of intervening. The objectives of the Broadcasting Act were being met, and it was clear that at a time of dynamic and significant disruption, innovation would be required. Any hint of initiating a lengthy regulatory process with uncertain outcomes was only going to create uncertainty, and uncertainty suppresses investment. And when investment is suppressed, innovation stops, and Canada's creative sector suffers. These are the likely unintended consequences of Bill C-11, which has left far too many definitions and determinations up to a CRTC that is not designed to make them. It is unfortunate that the government hasn't taken the opportunity suggested by the Broadcasting and Telecommunications Legislation Review Panel to create an entirely new Canadian Communications Act. If that was done and the CRTC was replaced with a new governing body built around the internet and the issues of primary interest to Canadians, access, affordability, and the freedom to watch what they want, when they want, and how they want, Canada would be much better prepared to flourish creatively in the 21st century. But there's nothing to be done about that now, so I am here today to focus on one suggestion, one made recently in a Globe and Mail op-ed co-authored by myself and former CRT chair Conrad von Finkenstein. A lot of investment and innovation can be mitigated. A lot of uncertainty can be avoided if you were to just make it clear in the legislation that it only applies to streaming companies with annual Canadian revenues of $150 million or more. The CRTC could then debate with them whether they are reinvesting in Canada and its cultural and industrial goals in an appropriate fashion. In other words, if the government's goal is to, as was initially described, get money from web giants, then just go get money from web giants and make it clear that everything else will be left alone to continue the innovation and investment that has defined Canada's creative sector in the past decade. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My goodness, that was excellent timing, Mr. Menzies. Thank you very much. And then I'm going to go to the second group, that's Corus Entertainment, Inc., with Troy Reeb, Executive Vice President of the Broadcast Networks. Mr. Reeb.
Thank you.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Fry, and good morning, committee members. My name is Troy Reeb, and I am with Corus Entertainment. And on behalf of our more than 3,000 employees across Canada, I did want to thank you for inviting us to discuss C-11, which we urge Parliament to pass without delay. Corus is proud to be Canada's leading independent media and content company. We have subsidiaries such as the renowned animation studio Nelvana, our children's book publisher, Kids Can Press, Corus Studios, which is a leading producer of lifestyle and documentary programs, Toon Boom, notre division basée à Montréal, créée des logiciels pour les studios internationaux. All told, our Canadian content is exported to 160 countries worldwide, but our bread and butter remains broadcasting in Canada. We operate 15 local global television stations, 39 radio stations, and 33 specialty channels like Treehouse, Series Plus, and Food Network Canada. We're the proud home of Global News, one of Canada's largest journalism organizations, which supports communities across Canada. And to emphasize, Corus is a pure play media business. We have no cable and no telecom assets to subsidize us. Canadian broadcasting policy is primarily cultural policy. It uses regulations and licenses to promote cultural objectives like representation, creative expression, national identity, and connectedness. Canadians care a lot about these issues and they hold a wide range of views on them, but I hope there's one thing we can all agree on, and that is that successful Canadian broadcasting policy depends on successful Canadian broadcasters. One simply cannot exist without the other. Corus and other Canadian broadcasters continue to embrace our responsibilities in the system, but we can no longer support the onerous regulatory framework of the past entirely on our own, with no similar obligations on foreign players who don't just operate in our marketplace, but now threaten to dominate it. The status quo is unsustainable. For example, Corus is extremely proud to be a local news provider. We're uniquely able to provide this vital cultural contribution through local stations that foreign streamers cannot and will never replicate. But local news is a challenging business. Traditionally, we've offset our losses in local news through more profitable entertainment programming, but our ability to do this is fading fast. And to be clear, news is Canadian content. Journalists are Canadian creators who actually live in Canadian communities. They don't just visit for the duration of a production cycle. Corus has received international awards for innovation, for developing new models to sustain local journalism long into the future. But even the best people and ideas cannot overcome badly outdated regulation. Today, broadcasting regulations dictate how much we must spend on certain kinds of shows, when our shows can air, the types of songs we have to play on our radio stations, the number of commercials we can broadcast per hour. Our mandatory spending levels on Canadian content have hardly changed, despite decades passing since the World Wide Web first became a thing. Most of the rules we operate under were designed for an industry that simply no longer exists, one where radio and TV stations enjoyed privileged access to Canadian audiences. Today, among the largest TV networks in Canada are foreign digital companies with no cultural policy obligations. And the largest sellers of local advertising in Canada are, again, foreign digital players who have no requirements for local programming. Je répète, le statu quo est insoutenable.
The status quo is unsustainable.
11 because it.
Nous appuyons le projet de loi C11 parce qu'il fait le gros.
No other meaningful broadcasting policy reforms until this gets done. After more than a decade of unregulated foreign competition and 6 years of rolling consultations, it is long past time to update this 30-year-old law. To be sure, C11 is not perfect, and we will recommend a few amendments in our written brief. For example, there's no reason Canadian media companies should have to pay millions in Part 2 license fees when foreign competitors will not, and there's no reason Canadian media companies should be left with higher obligations than our foreign competitors. All we ask is for a level playing field with modern regulations for all. Some will argue here today that this bill is unnecessary. They claim that all is well with Canadian broadcasting, that foreign digital media companies operate in a different market because they live online. And believe me, I wish that were true, but it simply is not. Here is our reality. Facebook and Google compete with us for advertising. Netflix and Amazon compete with us for audiences, and the same US studios who used to license us content for Canadian televisions now take it directly to Canadians themselves, causing programming costs to skyrocket.
30 seconds.
This bill, thank you, Dr. Fry. Bill is not about internet freedom. It's not about cat videos. It is about modernizing broadcasting policy for the 21st century. It's about preserving a Canadian broadcasting sector that can support cultural policy as it always has. The status quo is unsustainable. Let's get this done. And thank you.
Thank you very much. And then I go to Out TV. Brad Danks, for 5 minutes, please.
Great. Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for letting me appear today. My name is Brad Danks. I am CEO of Out TV Network, both a regulated linear TV channel in Canada and an online streaming platform in Canada and around the world. By way of background, I've worked in the entertainment industry in Canada for more than 25 years, first as an entertainment lawyer and later as a broadcasting executive. As an executive, I've negotiated many online streaming deals in Canada and around the world, including with Amazon, Apple, and Roku. To begin, let's be clear about what's happening in the television industry. Over the past decade, the industry has been steadily moving from delivery by Canadian-owned cable and satellite to being delivered by foreign-owned online streaming platforms. The movement has accelerated over the past 2.5 years with the launch of studio platforms such as Disney Plus and channel aggregators such as Amazon and Apple TV+. It appears inevitable that over the next decade or sooner, the foreign online streaming platforms will deliver 100% of Canadian media services. This is both a threat and an opportunity for the Canadian industry. The threat's obvious. For the first time in our history, our media services will be distributed in Canada by foreign-owned companies who may not always have our national interests at heart. These online distributors also create an opportunity for Canadian media services to compete directly in international online markets. Global content markets are huge and can support a wide variety of media offerings of different scale and type. Out TV and many Canadian services are taking up this challenge. However, to meet these challenges, it is critical that Canadian services gain access to the online streaming platforms in Canada. This is why we need Bill C11. We need to ensure that the Broadcasting Act requires online platforms to grant access to Canadian media services. Once given access, Canadian services must be able to compete for audience share on these platforms on an equitable basis and receive fair compensation. The core concept is that Canadian services must always be able to access our domestic market. The CRTC must have the authority to make sure this happens. Experience has taught us that distribution platforms, and this includes our own large Canadian distribution platforms, cannot be counted on to deliver and support a wide range of Canadian-owned services and diverse programming without effective regulatory oversight and rules. Over the past decade, we've learned the hard way in Canadian broadcasting about the difficulties and inequities that can happen when distributors show preference to their own content on their platforms. The CRTC is aware and well equipped to regulate these platforms, but only if it has the tools and the power it needs. We have suggested critical amendments to ensure BC 11 gives the CRTC the authority it will need in the years ahead in dealing with online distributors. First, the CRTC must have the ability to set terms and conditions for the distribution of Canadian services on online distribution platforms. This is a critical backstop power that any domestic regulator must retain to ensure that dominant global platforms serve domestic markets. Second, the CRTC must be able to create rules that will govern distribution so that it can regulate in a flexible way that adapts to how distribution platforms develop in the future. And third, the CRTC must have the ability to resolve disputes and issue orders regarding online distribution of media services. Otherwise, its authority as a regulator will be illusory. The CRTC is developing increasingly effective tools to resolve disputes and will be able to apply these tools to the online world. Regarding the form of these amendments, OUTV supports the IBG submission to the committee. It is important that this legislation happen now. Global markets are in a period of transition and the rules are being written now across the world. Competition is currently fueling opportunity, but the market is maturing quickly, and there is a real fear that much of our industry will miss the transition window. It is therefore critical that Bill C-11 be passed as soon as possible. Thank you for letting me appear today. I'm always available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Danks. You have a full minute that you did not use up, and so I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I now go to the next witness, and that is Professional Music Publishers Association, Executive Director Jérôme Payette. For 5 minutes, please. Monsieur Payette.
Oui, bonjour tout le monde. Merci.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair, for this invitation. I'm pleased to represent Francophone music publishers in Canada. It's often forgotten that when we speak of broadcasting. Our association represents Quebec and Francophone music publishers in Canada. As partners of songwriters, music publishers as partners of songwriters, music publishers support the creation of musical works, promote and administer them. Music publishing is present everywhere there is music. The music industry needs the continuity of Canadian broadcasting system. There's a lot of talk about the negative impacts of this bill and the possible twisted interpretation that the CRTC could make of it. But the CRTC currently has more power than Bill C-11 would give it, and the work it has done over the past 50 years has been of no concern to citizens. But for the Francophone music sector, CRTC regulation is one of the things that has allowed us to grow and exist. So I'm going to talk about the very real impacts of the lack of a regulatory framework. The more the online transition occurs, the poorer the Canadian music industry becomes and the more it struggles. Revenues paid by SOCAN to Quebec music publishers have declined by 24% since 2016. Revenues from traditional sources are declining, and a significant share of revenues from online businesses are not being captured. However, according to SOCAN, distribution to Canadian songwriters from digital broadcasters are 69% lower than distributions from traditional broadcasters. Only 10% of royalties from digital media are distributed to SOCAN members compared to 34% from traditional media. The growth of the online music industry has benefited mainly the platforms and a limited number of international artists. It's not benefited local artists. So the Quebec music is struggling to reach its audience. According to figures from ADISC, in Quebec, our market share is only 8%, which is 50% for record sales. Our Francophone music has an even harder time with only 6% of total listening in Quebec. If musicians aren't listened to, they're not paid, and the music does not reach the public. This creates a ripple effect that affects the sale of concert tickets, covers by other performance, the incorporation of music into audiovisual productions, and others. It is our culture and our cultural sovereignty that are at stake. Online companies do not have a financial interest in promoting, recommending, and supporting a diversity of cultural expressions. Cultural standardization is less complex and more profitable. This is nothing new. For decades, we have protected our diversity with laws and regulations. We must continue to do so. The CRTC regulations work in the traditional environment. It's high time to adapt them to the digital environment. Bill C-11 is a good bill that needs to be passed quickly with minor amendments. The web giants and opponents of the broadcasting law are lobbying hard to create loopholes in the bill. We must not give in to the lobbying, which uses misleading language. The text of C-11, relating to social media broadcasting activities, should not be further changed. As you know, the text of C-10 was passed by the House of Commons, but did not contain a social media exception to Section 4, to Article 4, rather. Critics were heard, and Bill C-11 marked the return of this exception in a way that's acceptable to us. If Section 4 wording is changed, there's the risk that it will create a social media loophole felt by all broadcasters. TikTok is competing with YouTube, competing with Spotify, which is competing with radio stations. The law needs to apply fairly to all businesses, or it could be obsolete as soon as passed. Some say the text lacks clarity, but bill opponents are focusing on a single pixel in the whole picture. So we lose sight of the big picture. The text is not limited to Article 4. The Broadcasting Act has clear objectives and contains many safeguards. If there are too many elements specified in the legislation, the broadcasting system will be frozen in place and there will be no flexibility to adapt to rapid industry changes. The CRTC must have the means to adequately regulate broadcasting activities of the web giants. Our association, nonetheless, supports minor amendments to C-11. We support the amendments requested by the Coalition for the Diversity of Cultural Expressions, including that the use of Canadian talent be equivalent for Canadian and foreign companies under a single Section 3(1)(f), and that CRTC orders be subject to appeal to the Governor in Council. We also support a public hearing process for the issuance of orders, that the CRTC be required to demonstrate the achievement of Canadian broadcasting policy objectives, that company revenues be considered by the CRTC when imposing AMPs, administrative monetary penalties, and that the CRTC be transparent. So, Bill C-11 must be passed quickly. It's been awaited for a long time. Thank you, and I'd be happy to take your questions.
Madam Chair?
Sorry, I think I unmuted myself. I go to now Skyship Entertainment Company. Morgan Fortier, Chief Executive Officer, for 5 minutes, please. Mr. Fortier.
Good morning.
Ms. Fortier, I'm so very sorry.
Nope, it's okay. It's a that's what happens. It's rare that there's a woman on a panel like this. So good morning, and I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Morgan Fortier. I am the co-owner and CEO of Skyship Entertainment, creator of Canada's most watched YouTube channel, Super Simple Songs, with over 1.3 billion lifetime views in Canada alone. Since founding our company in 2015, we've grown into a studio that employs 35 artists, writers, puppeteers, and musicians. During that time, we've built a global audience, and today we share our Canadian-owned and created content with more than 30 million families, classrooms, and daycares all around the world every single day, including hundreds of thousands of Canadians. We accomplish this because of three main factors. One, the desire to create content for children, parents, and caregivers. Two, our willingness to take risks for the sake of owning and controlling our own IP outright. And three, the tremendous skill, dedication, and creativity of our hardworking Canadian artists. And we accomplished it without broadcasters or government intervention. We are but a single success story among a robust and rapidly growing industry of like-minded entrepreneurs who have started small business as digital content creators right here in Canada. We are also an example of the amazing things that can happen when the government takes a soft touch approach and allows a new industry to flourish. Bill C-11 is not an ill-intentioned piece of legislation, but it is a bad piece of legislation. It's been written by those who don't understand the industry they're attempting to regulate, and because of that, they've made it incredibly broad. It mistakes platforms like YouTube, TikTok, and Facebook for broadcasters like the CBC, Netflix, and Amazon Prime. It doesn't understand how the platforms operate, and it ignores the fundamental importance of global discoverability. And worst of all, Section 4.2 hands sweeping power to the CRTC to regulate the internet use of everyday Canadians and small business like mine who are not even associated with broadcasters. I absolutely appreciate the necessity of updating the Broadcast Act to include the new band of broadcasters. These are companies that take pitches, greenlight shows and movies, and pay for productions. But regulating UGC content on platforms like Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube is far too overreaching. In the Venn diagram of the entertainment industry, the needs of legacy broadcasters and the enterprise of digital content creators are not interconnected. There is no demonstrable reason that UGC content needs to be included in this bill. Minister Rodriguez has insisted that UGC will not be included in Bill C-11, but this is untrue. And last week, the chair of the CRTC, Mr. Scott, confirmed that UGC is in the current draft of the bill. If it truly isn't intended to be in the bill, then it simply needs to be removed. Section 4.2 just needs to be taken out. If you don't remove that section, you're asking Canadians to just trust you, that you won't misuse this far-reaching law, and that future governments won't misuse it either. Thousands of Canadian small business and digital content creators deserve far more consideration than that. I thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fortier. I go to the final witness in this particular 2-hour session, and it is Dr. Michael Geist, Canada Research Chair of Internet and E-commerce Law. Dr. Geist, for 5 minutes, please.
Great, thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Geist. I'm a law professor at the University of Ottawa, where I hold the Canada Research Chair in Internet and E-commerce Law, and I'm a member of the Centre for Law, Technology and Society. I appear in a personal capacity representing only my own views. As you're surely aware, I've been quite critical of Bill C-11. I'd like to start by emphasizing that criticism of the bill is not criticism of public support for culture, nor of regulation of technology companies. I think public support for culture is essential, and that one of the core problems in this area is that our current CanCon rules don't achieve their stated objectives. As Peter Grant, a member of the Yale Report panel and a longtime advocate for internet regulation, recently noted, certified CanCon doesn't have to look Canadian or be about a Canadian story. I don't think that's how Canadians think about CanCon, and our rules should be changed to become better aligned with our policy objectives. Further, I agree with former Supreme Court Chief Justice Beverly McLaughlin, who recently noted with respect to the internet platforms that there's a need for legislated transparency, accountability, and rules on data governance and privacy. Now, given my limited time, I'd like to focus on 2 main issues this morning: Bill C-11's regulation of user content and its overbroad regulatory approach and the need for greater certainty. First, regulation of user content. When Minister Rodriguez introduced this bill, he stated, "We listened to the concerns around social media and we fixed it." With respect, many of the concerns remain intact. While the Section 4.1 exception for user content was reinstated, the addition of Section 4.1 sub 2 and 4.2, which together provide for the prospect of CRTC regulations on user content, were added. The bottom line is that user content is treated as a program, and the CRTC is empowered to create regulations applicable to programs that are uploaded to social media services. Non-commercial user-generated content may be out, but user content that generates even indirect revenue is subject to potential inclusion within the regulations. As you just heard, you don't need to take my word for it. As you know, when asked at this committee last week about whether the bill included the potential for regulating user content, CRTC Chair Ian Scott acknowledged that as constructed, there is a provision that would allow us to do it as required. Now, you may ask why any of this matters. Bill C-11 permits the creation of regulations on the presentation of programs to the public. And since it treats all audiovisual content anywhere in the world as a program, the potential regulatory scope is vast. Those regulations identify but aren't limited to discoverability. Now, discoverability has rightly attracted attention since applying it to user content is both unworkable, as we don't have a mechanism to determine what qualifies, and potentially harmful to Canadian creators who may find their works downgraded globally. The solution is obvious. No other country in the world seeks to regulate user content in this way, and it should be removed from the bill because it doesn't belong in the Broadcasting Act. In the alternative, remove all the regulatory powers associated with user content, but leave in the potential for contributions by user content platforms. Secondly, a few comments about the overbreadth and uncertainty with this bill, which is currently structured, covers any audiovisual content anywhere in the world. As a Canadian Heritage Department memo on the issue noted within Bill C-10, that includes video games, news sites, niche streaming services, and workout videos. I recognize that may not be the government's intent, and that there is an expectation that there will be a policy direction that creates some limits, and the CRTC itself may decide to establish some others. However, I believe there's a clear need for thresholds and limitations in the legislation itself. Without it, services may regard the regulatory uncertainty, which you heard last week could take years to sort out, to block Canada, leading to less choice and higher consumer costs. If the goal is to target the large streaming services or to exempt video games or niche streamers, say so in the legislation. And while we're doing that, borrow from the European Union approach of distinguishing between curated and non-curated services and use that as a way of establishing more targeted regulatory requirements or exemptions. Now, there's certainly more to discuss, including the myriad of concerns about the CRTC.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Such as the current lack of transparency, the cloud of bias, and the potential for government to overstep on CRTC decisions into program regulation. There's also the outdated CanCon rules I noted earlier, and the actual data on investment in film and television production. But I'll stop there. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Geist. And we now move into the question and answer component of this meeting. And the first round, you will be asked questions by members of parliament from all parties, and it's a 6-minute round. So remember, the 6 minutes includes the question and the answer. So I shall begin with Mr. Waugh, Kevin Waugh, for 6 minutes, please, Kevin, from the Conservative Party.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day, everyone, all 6 of you coming to committee. And I think we all agree the Broadcasting Act needs to be amended. That goes without saying. It's over 30 years old. Morgan Forche, you know, the user-generated content has been a hot button. And it's been a hot button for a number of reasons. One, because the minister says, no, we're not in that game. But then, as you pointed out, Ian Scott last week, the chair of the CRTC, in fact, in our committee said, yes, they have it under their jurisdiction. So you're one of the most successful on YouTube. What would that do if the CRTC puts their thumb down on their sweeping powers to deal with user-generated content?
Thank you very much for the question. I think it's a complicated question to answer, mainly because there's it's mandates looking for a problem. So part of the issue is trying to figure out why UGC content is being swept into this bill and what the outcomes of regulation on it would imply. I think, unfortunately, a lot of consideration when applying this bill is looking at the pre-existing Broadcast Act, which is very broadcaster focused as opposed to production company focused. Whereas the digital side of entertainment, which is not broadcast driven, platforms are very different in that they don't pay for content, they don't greenlight content. It's a service that, as an example, my company uses to self-distribute our own content. And allows us to retain our IP. Without a full understanding of how that industry runs and operates, as an example, it's an export and tourism industry to a great degree. The bulk of revenue, and put a pin in that, the bulk of opportunity as far as global discoverability really is external. As an example, we're the highest viewed channel in Canada, but Canada is 3% of our overall revenue. And that's not because of anything other than just sheer population size. Canada is less than 0.5% of the world population. So in order for these platforms to actually operate successfully, global discoverability is the key for a lot of these content creators. I think a lot of that understanding is lost when you look at a niche broadcast, geographically niched broadcast enterprise, which the Canadian industry has been for a very long time. I know that it can get complicated when we talk about discoverability and restrictions of discoverability, but really a lot of the regulation that's being proposed in the current bill doesn't actually apply to the platforms, it's applying to the content. It's either discoverability mandates on the content. It's either discoverability restrictions on the content, possible advertising regulation against the content. It doesn't actually tackle platform specific. And applying broadcast mandates as they currently exist to platforms, it just doesn't apply. The two run parallel to each other as opposed to running similarly. I think that's the larger key here, is just a lack of education. And part of the frustration has been digital content creators have not really been allowed access to the table to talk, and current discussions have gone largely dismissed. There's a lot of sentiment of, well, we work for these platforms, and that can't be any further from the truth. The platforms actually work for us. Is more the accuracy. We are not employees of platforms. We utilize these free services that these platforms offer for us to figure out our business plans and self-distribute. That might have wandered a little bit, but that's the scope of it there.
Well, you're a company that's only 7 years old, so one of the most successful, as you said, in the country. Do you own your own IP and the content then that you do create? Do you own that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We own 100% of our IP. And the ownership of that IP and the work that we've done on YouTube and the community we've built on YouTube has allowed us to create a subscription app called Super Simple that's available on iOS and Android around the world. We're a music company, so we work with Warner Chappell to distribute our music catalog globally. We are into consumer products now, and we've just signed a deal with Scholastic Books. That will be our exclusive book publisher. The fact that we own our IP makes that difference. It allows us to build out our larger business plan. And keep in mind, it's a studio of 35 people. This isn't a massive conglomerate. It's pretty mom and pop. It allows us to control and exercise the use of our content however our community needs it. And that's really the biggest thing. It is definitely a hustle every day. There is no handout in this industry. And so it is a ton of work that we constantly do day in and day out to ensure that our content is resonating with that community. And it gives us this global opportunity to expand our company, not just from a straight YouTube content creator like we would have been 2015, 2016, but into a modern day entertainment company where we are into all sorts of levels.
30 seconds.
Huh?
Thank you.
The platform works for us. That was a pretty good perspective. If I can say, Morgan, when you said 35 employees, I doubt today there's 35 employees at Global/Chorus Saskatoon, and I doubt there's 35 employees at my former television station, CTV Saskatoon. So don't sell yourself short. You've done very well. 35
Thank you very much.
employees. Good on you.
Thank you.
I think my 6 minutes up. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
So much.
Thank you, Kevin. We're going to go to the Liberals, Lisa Hepner, for 6 minutes. Ms. Hepner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And
could we hold for a second, please? We can't hear you, Lisa.
Ms. Hepner, is it possible that you touch the mute button on your headset? Could you verify, because you're not muted at the computer? There's a mute button on the cable. Could you just verify that you haven't actually touched it?
Trying again?
Here we go.
Trying again? Okay. It's okay now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm restarting my clock, Madam Chair. Is that okay?
That's okay. I'm resetting mine, Lisa. Don't worry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And through you, I would like to start off my questions with Troy Reeb, who was a colleague of mine many, many years ago through Global News. And so, Mr. Reeb, I know that you've been through the trenches over many decades in journalism on the front lines. And I know you touched on this a little bit in your opening statement, but I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit more in detail about the decline that we've seen in journalism and the ability to produce local journalism over the past 20 years, not even just since the pandemic, but with the rise in technology.
Yes, thank you. And I will just acknowledge off the bat in response to Member Waugh's statement that we have 36 employees at Global Saskatoon who work to produce more than 25 hours of local news every week, and in fact contribute to a 24/7 streaming local news channel, which we have innovated in that marketplace in order to provide news, not just on the regulated platform of television, but in the digital space around the clock. And those have been the kinds of innovative challenges that we've had over the last little while as we try to reposition this industry for the future. And we need to be on new platforms where we can reach audiences in all places, but at the same time, we have to fulfill the requirements of the outdated broadcasting rules. And our capacity to be able to do that kind of local service programming, whether in Saskatoon or Regina or Montreal or New Brunswick, is hindered by the fact that we have many other encumbrances put onto the business in terms of the other kinds of programming which we are required to produce, essentially taxes that are put onto our business at the same time as we have foreign competitors who come into the marketplace and don't operate under any of the same rules. Mr. Menzies in his opening statement referenced the significant growth in the production sector in Canada, and that is true if he cites aggregate economic data from the CMPA. If he looks at what's happened to broadcasting, on the other hand, you see an absolute opposite story. And the CRTC's own aggregate data show that the vast majority of local over-the-air television stations in Canada now lose money. Mr. Menzies was a newspaper publisher prior to his tenure as a CRTC commissioner. And we have seen the hollowing out of the newspaper business in this country with the closure of many local papers because of the loss of local advertising dollars that used to support that business. Those dollars have all migrated to Google and to Facebook. And now we are seeing the same thing happen in the broadcasting space as audiences and dollars migrate to platforms like Netflix and Disney Plus and Amazon. And while, yes, there is an increase in contract production, US studios making US content in Canada, we are seeing a decline in Canadian content and especially local content, which is the tip of the spear in terms of this loss. And as I said, we've already seen a hollowing out of local journalism at the newspaper level, and that is now starting to impact across the broadcast platforms as well.
And so, thank you, Mr. Reeb. Following up on that, what do you say to the assertion we heard earlier in this panel that this bill just doesn't understand the online world?
Well, I think there's a lot of concerns about its impacts on user-generated content, and I think those are valid concerns. That Mr. Geist has made them, that Ms. Fortier has voiced those concerns. We are not in favor of the regulation of user-generated content. In fact, as a company, we've invested in a user-generated content network called Kin Community, which helps to monetize, helps bring Canadian creators who work across social media platforms, YouTube, et cetera, helps connect them with advertisers and be able to monetize their work to global audiences. And so we're very supportive of that kind of innovation and that kind of business, and don't want to see further regulation of user-generated content. The challenge, of course, is that there are very blurry lines in terms of when does something cross into the professional network world? And we've had 30 years now since the last time that the Broadcast Act was updated. Legislative change in this country is clearly very hard. And I'm not saying that we need to just turn over blanket powers to the CRTC to be able to regulate as it pleases. But the CRTC already does have thresholds that, in its licensing process. If you have a certain number of subscribers or a certain amount of revenue, then you're subjected to a higher licensing threshold at the CRTC in the traditional space. And we would encourage the discussion of those kinds of thresholds.
Just let me ask you quickly before we run out of time. Do we still have a need for traditional journalism? Is it outdated? Is there still a demand? Should we be supporting it?
Well, I think
30 seconds.
The answer to that is absolutely yes. In a time when we have seen increased division, we have all seen the damaging impacts of social media commentary, fake news, the importance of traditional, professionally reported journalism that brings people together in a town square to try to hear each other out and to actually listen to opinions that they may not share, but try to understand what other Canadians think could never be more important. It is important to our democracy, it's important to social cohesion, and it's something that only Canadian companies can provide. We do not want companies based in Silicon Valley or in Hollywood dictating our local news in this country.
Thank you, Mr. Reeb. Your time is up, Ms. Hefner. Mr. Reeb, if I may be so bold as to comment, you have a fantastic broadcasting voice. Of course, our colleague Kevin Waugh also has as well. So I'm just making note of these things. Okay, thank you. And the next up is for the Bloc Québécois, Martin Champoux. Mr. Champoux, 6 minutes, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Beaucoup de pression pour les autres membres.
Thank you very much. There's a lot of pressure now from the other members to speak very well. So thank you to the witnesses for being here. And I first want to ask my question of Mr. Payette. I'm pleased to see you here today. You have heard from the other witnesses, in particular Ms. Fortier, and I had the impression that those remarks would be something you would like to address. So I would like you to react to what she said. Thank you very much, Mr. Champoux. You have a lovely voice, I have to say. I just want to clarify that what was said about broadcasting and social media. What we are talking about is the content that is uploaded by users. We are not talking about the nature, whether it is regulated. There's professional media or music that can be uploaded by the producers, but there are companies involved and individuals. So when we have non-commercial content, that can be excluded. So Clause 4 is not the only thing we should focus on. We have to look at the whole bill. The freedom of expression is important. It's covered in Clause 259, And we know that the CRTC has a role to play in promoting creation and protecting our creators. So if we amend the bill in Clause 4, then there might be ways that people can get around the legislation, and it won't apply as well. If we focus on very fine points of the bill, then we can get lost in the weeds. We need to look at it as a whole. We know that the bill hasn't been amended for decades, and we risk having an approach that is obsolete. So I think when I listen to Ms. Fortier, I would make the point that we can sometimes lose our focus. What this bill will do is to enable the CRTC to require transparency. We are confident in our institutions' ability to protect creation much more than in that of the platforms. We have to give the CRTC the powers that it needs to do this work. And then we can look at the regulation authority. We have to base the decisions on the real numbers, the real statistics, and the real situation. So I don't know if you'd like me to say more. I would like to give Ms. Fortier the chance to give her point of view. It wouldn't be very fair if I didn't do so. So, Ms. Fortier, can you respond to what Mr. Mr. Payette has just said?
I think part of the issue is we actually aren't looking at real numbers and real situations. I don't believe there's been a very clear, honest audit of what the digital landscape looks like today. I think there's a lot of conjecture. I think there's a lot of speculation. And I will definitely be the first to openly admit this is not an easy sector of the industry to be working in. Digital distribution, self-distribution is not for everybody. And I certainly don't have issue with regulation. If I were presented with a piece of legislation that had a clear and concise goal of what it wanted to accomplish, how it would go about it, and how it would impact digital content creators in this example, I'd be more than happy to look at it. But the problem is C11 is so broad and it's so contradictory within itself with no clear definitions and no clear terms, especially when it comes to, as an example, what's commercial and what's non-commercial. Right now, UGC is lumped together as one big solid whole. It would include small businesses like myself, and it would include like my mom, who's uploading videos of our family vacations to the platform. It does not clearly indicate what commercial would be. It often doesn't necessarily indicate that there's an understanding of the sheer volume of small business that run in this sector, the success of content, and it forgets or misunderstands potentially that these platforms really only exist based on the success of content creators on these platforms. If people weren't finding success, weren't finding an audience, they would leave those platforms. As I mentioned before, not to sound like a broken record, the platforms work for us, not the other way around. If people aren't finding an audience or finding that community to reach out to build, it doesn't win for anybody, even on a global perspective, even on a regional perspective.
Jérôme, there are amendments that are proposed by YouTube and other producers. Do you think that they are good or bad? Well, the only thing that they will do is to help those companies deal with the CRTC.
Perhaps the next round you can elaborate on that, on your statement right now. Thank you very much. And we're going to the New Democratic Party for Peter Julian. For 6 minutes, Peter.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to all of our witnesses for being here today. It's very important to hear from you, and I hope that while we are still in a COVID situation, your families will stay safe and healthy. I want to start with Mr. Payette. Mr. Payette, you talked about the drop in revenues in your industry, and I would like to know if this bill is not passed, if nothing is done, what would the impact be on the industry in terms of declining revenues? Well, thank you for that question. Our sector would be impoverished. It would become a thing of the past, a museum item. If I may, the main issue is that we need regulation. We must not deregulate because there are tens of millions of songs out there, but platforms are the ones that choose the songs, curate the playlist. There are playlists and book lists that are all algorithmically curated, and so there is a major impact. People listen to YouTube, and most of the listening time is chosen according to the recommendations that are made. So,
music streaming is a level playing field, published in Competition Policy International. And it goes like this, the quote, music that doesn't fit easily within an established genre or which is not in the English language is also likely to be competitively disadvantaged. I'll go ahead and quote University of Toronto's Schwartz-Reinsman Institute for Technology and Society in the article Artificial Intelligence, Music Recommendation and Curation of Culture. To the effect of the extreme centralization of the global platforms is that it may become harder for local musicians to have their music heard even in their own communities. Recommendation systems, therefore, have the potential to act as a neo-colonialist force in music trained on data in which dominant user demographics are overrepresented and using the taste and preferences embedded in this data to guide the music consumption of other musical cultures. Et c'est ce qu'on voit en ce moment, c'est l'uniformisation culturelle.
So what we're seeing is this uniformity, increased uniformity, and so we do need to counter this tendency to not take into account local cultures. If we don't, therefore, allow for regulation of that sector, then we won't be able to protect our local culture and generate revenues. It's urgent for us to go ahead with this. Thank you. You were talking about the algorithms, and they are means by which people are forced to choose certain types of music and certain types of content. So we have these algorithms that are not transparent, and they guide us in our choices of what to listen to and what to read. So is this a valid approach? We have companies choosing for us. Well, the problem isn't really the algorithms. The problem is how the technology is being used right now. I won't get into detail about the algorithms, but it's really a financial consideration. We are not a large enough market for these companies to pay attention to our interests. This isn't a new phenomenon. It's always been like this. It's always been important to have legislation that regulates companies and their actions. I think that C11 is there to promote our interests.
I'd like to come back to you as well. You talked about a level playing field and the importance of passing C11 without delay. Can you tell us more about how this C11, in your opinion, would set and put in place a level playing field?
Yes, thank you. And maybe I'll bring it back to the question or the comment from Mr. Waugh earlier about employment levels in Saskatoon, at Global Saskatoon or at CTV Saskatoon. I will be the first to acknowledge, because Mr. Waugh and I actually worked across the street from each other in Saskatoon many, many years ago, that employment levels have declined in almost all Canadian local television stations. And if you pick the Saskatoon example, there was a time when CTV and Global in Saskatoon would have had most of that market to themselves. They would have been able to make profits on their entertainment programming in the, through prime time, which would have been used to cross-subsidize the losses that they had to take in local news. And to be really clear, every single medium to small market television station in this country loses money in local news. Nowadays, the largest television network in Saskatoon in prime time is Netflix. We may only have 36 employees in Saskatoon. Netflix has 0. Apple has 0. Google has 0. And that is the question we need to be asking, not trying to continue to hold Canadian companies, Canadian broadcasters to one standard, but while applying none of the same standards, none of the same regulations, none of the same obligations to foreign competitors.
Thank you, Mr. Reeb. Your time is up, Peter. And we're now going to the second round. The second round is a 5-minute round. And I begin with Ms. Cathay. May I ask if your name is Wagenstall or Wagenstall? I can't hear you. Sorry, you're muted.
It was Wagenthal in Australia. In Austria, it's Wagenthal in Canada.
Thank you. Ms. Wagenthal, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the witnesses and to the testimony you've brought this morning. I have a question for you, Dr. Geist. You have been critical of the Liberal government's defense of Bill C-11 as being misleading. Could you expand on that, please?
Sure. Thank you for the question. I mean, I guess I would start by noting that, we've had the government, and I mentioned it in my opening remarks, claim that user-generated content, user content was out of the bill, and we've had the CRTC chair say otherwise. We've had, even now on this panel, we've had, Mr. Reeb and others say that that's not their intent or what they would like to see included in the legislation. So I must admit, I find it, I struggle to quite understand why it remains there when it seems that so many are against it. As part of the discussions that we've had today, I'm struggling to even identify the bill a little bit here. I'm not sure if we're in a C-18 hearing on local media, because this bill doesn't really address core local media issues. It's more about film production and music. I'm not sure we're talking about the Copyright Act, because we're hearing claims that there's not enough there on the music side, even though SOCAN has seen record amounts of revenue being generated from internet-based streaming services. In fact, they attributed all their growth this past year to internet-based streaming services. And if we're talking about specifically this bill, then we have these dual conversations on the one hand, where there seems to be a general consensus that it's not appropriate to be regulating user content, and we ought to be fixing that, and have a discussion, a more appropriate discussion, it seems to me, around the impact of streaming services and how we ensure that the legislation is sufficiently targeted to ensure that there is an appropriate contribution as part of that system, but some of that gets lost because of the details. And if we're not going to update legislation for decades at a time, we've got to get those details right.
Thank you so much, Mr. Geist. Mr. Menzies, as a former CRTC commissioner, your insight has been valuable. You've said that using the Broadcasting Act to regulate the internet is not the appropriate mechanism. In fact, it's impossible. So can you explain to the committee how unfeasible, inappropriate this attempt is, and what you see as the potential negative ramifications of it?
Sure. Like I said in my opening remarks, what was needed was a new Canadian Communications Act, as was recommended by the Department of Heritage's panel that reviewed it. We have an entirely new framework for our communications infrastructure going into the 21st century, one that is distinctly different from the one that was used in the 20th century, where you have people going over the air and you have closed systems with no such thing as user-generated content in history, no such thing as social media, all these new developments. And trying to take all these 21st century developments and stuff them into a 20th century construct like the Broadcasting Act is inherently inefficient. And you're also trying to get an institution like the CRTC, which has, you get deep cultural patterns built in terms of how things are done. I mean, Ian Scott, bless his soul, was sort of saying last week that, the internet, regulating this is no problem because it's broadcasting and we've been doing broadcasting for 50 years. Well, it's not broadcasting, right? There is stuff that looks like broadcasting that's happening on the internet. So giving the CRTC control over the entire global internet as if the only thing that matters on it is broadcasting without having any other framework for it makes no sense at all. The internet is used for all kinds of other things beyond broadcasting. Mm-hmm. Eventually, the CRTC is going to have to carve out the section that it wants to deal with because it's impossible to deal with the infinity of the internet. So that's my suggestion. Carve it out, make this efficient, because otherwise you're setting up the Canadian creative industry and, Mr. Reeb's company and others for years of uncertainty. It'll take 2 years before you get settled exactly even who this bill will apply to, right? And then you're going to have another year of cabinet appeals. And if you make it contentious, you're going to go through court appeals and that sort of stuff. I mean, the CRTC has spent 17 months trying to publish a decision on the CBC's license renewal. 17 months since the hearing for the CBC's, Radio Canada's license renewal, which is something that is frankly a ritual.
30 seconds.
All
So
right.
That's why it's unfortunate that the CRTC has been given such scope.
Thank you so much for that. Ms. Forget, can you briefly, explain how Bill C-11 will harm digital-first creators by playing with discoverability?
It's going to take longer than...
Ms. Forget, you have 9 seconds left.
9 seconds.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
Sorry.
I don't know if I'll be able to clarify it.
Fine, you may be able to make that point in another time.
Yeah, we'll see if it comes back around.
Yes, I'm going to have to move to the Liberals for 5 minutes. Chris Biffle.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And before we begin, I really do want to say a quick thank you to all of the employees who are here making this happen. I know Ottawa got hit incredibly hard, and there were some negative comments about civil servants last week in our committee, and it's truly incredible that we're here and doing this. And thank you all, from translators to clerk to everyone else, for being here. I'd like to make a quick point. There's a number of witnesses who've been talking about what the chair of the CRTC said in regards to regulating user-generated content. The next line, and I guess this is politics, people leave out the second line, but the next line of his statement was, quote, "But I could just quickly respond to the general tenor of those comments. It's all true today. We could do any of those things today under the Broadcasting Act." I'd like to ask my first question to Monsieur Payette. In your opening remarks, you said that music has had a hard time reaching Canadian audiences. How would Bill C-11 help Canadian music?
Je vous remercie pour la question. Donc, comme je l'ai mentionné un peu plus tôt, c'est certain que en ce moment, c'est seulement les plateformes qui choisissent qui sont avec leur...
Well, I can say that So what I was saying was that the recommendation right now, recommendations come through the platforms, so there are no cultural considerations at all. The decisions are made by the algorithms, and sometimes priority artists are chosen by the platforms, and they are promoted. And that gives them an advantage with the public. So what we feel is that it will be much better to have strong legislation to give the CRTC the power to regulate this. I would like to answer, if I may, Mr. Geist, because he said something I wanted to respond to. We know that there are more revenues, but they are going much less to Canadians when we look at traditional revenues compared with online revenues. Only 20%, 24% is going to Canadian creators. So that's quite dramatic. This is very hard on the Canadian music sector, and especially to Francophone creators. Their revenues have really dropped. We hear some international music, but very little Canadian content.
Mr. Payette, I'd like to ask my next questions to Mr. Menzies. I think we all agree CRTC is bound by legislation, and it then is tasked with interpreting that. But after a big piece of legislation like C11, that's where a policy directive comes in with specific directives to the Commission. Would you agree that a policy directive would be customary in a case like this?
Yeah, it would be useful to see what is planned for this one.
Absolutely.
Because unlike when C10 went forward, there was one, a draft at least OC posted, and we haven't seen one yet on this.
Okay. And it's always been part of the Governor and Council's powers in the original Broadcasting Act. The policy directive isn't a novelty item, correct?
They're not, you don't see a lot of them.
But they're not new.
No.
So the government's been clear about its objective that between both the bill and the subsequent policy directive, digital first creators and their user-generated content are scoped out. The minister has stated that the policy directive will be unequivocal and that user-generated content will be scoped out. As a former vice chair of the CRTC, once the CRTC has received such a directive, can you confirm that the Commission cannot scope them back in?
You have 30 seconds.
Well, unless there's a different piece of legislation that is have in mind, right?
So sorry.
You could say that under C11, you're not going to use this 4.2, but 4.2 might be there to open the door for online harms.
But that's a different piece of legislation. So specific to this legislation, you'll agree with my statement, Mr. Menzies.
Not sure what your statement was.
That the CRTC can't scope back in subsequent, if there's a clear policy directive, the CRTC can't scope in user-generated content if it's scoped out.
Thank you. I think we're going to have to, the time is ended. Thank you very much, Chris and Mr. Menzies. I'm going to go to Mr. the Bloc Québécois, Martin Champoux, for 2.5 minutes, please, Mr. Champoux.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll continue to speak with Mr. Menzies. You talked about audiovisual production in Canada, a billion-dollar industry. Could you give me a few more numbers? What is the proportion of independent production in Canada? How is that sector of the industry doing?
List of data in front of me today to answer that question.
Parfait.
No doubt.
Ça va me permettre de vous répondre, Monsieur Menzies.
Okay. Independent production is what we're trying to protect through legislation and regulation. It has been in a bad way, and it represents 31% of the 9.5 billion compared to what service providers represent, who are foreign companies. But independent production, Estelle, is on the as such is on the decline. So it's one thing to say the audiovisual sector is doing well in Canada, but when you look at the numbers, I think the situation is different. It's on the decline. So I just wanted to point that out, that the details tell another story than the global figure for the sector of 9.5 billion. Mr. Payette, I'll come back to you now. There's something that's very concerning, that's a thorny issue in this whole C11 discussion, that of user-generated content. We heard Ms. Fortier talking about Canton earlier. What do you have to say, you, about digital-first creators? How would you sell this bill to them? Thank you for the question. Excuse me, Mr. Payette.
Could you please move to the appropriate mic? You're using your computer mic and the interpreters are having a problem with that. Thank you. I'll give you the extra time, Martin.
Je suis là. Est-ce que ça
Sorry, is that better now? Can you speak? Could you please speak some more? Thank you very much. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by digital first creator, but the definition that I was given is that creators who rely on platforms as their first broadcasting method. And according to that definition, broadcasting is digital first. So Digital First Canada does not represent the entire creative sector, online sector. It certainly doesn't represent the music sector. What's worrying to us is that local music is suffering, and we are opposed to any bill that would limit the power of the CRTC. There are some audiovisual content producers who are not in the music industry if they don't want businesses to be licensed for content distribution, if you tell the CRTC not to regulate something, then it won't regulate. What we've said what the problem has been in the last 20 years is that the CRTC did not regulate certain things.
Our time is up. I'm sorry that, Martin, but the time is up. Now I'm going to go to the New Democratic Party, to Peter Julian for 2.5 minutes, please, Peter.
Thanks very much, Madam Chairman. I'm going to go back to you, Mr. Reeb. Thank you very much. You were cut off when we were talking about the level playing field and how important that is in Canada. So 2 parts to my question. First off, how C11 sets a more effective level playing field. Secondly, though, in terms of Chorus Entertainment, there's also another playing field that needs to be leveled, which is that of independent producers. And the Yale report, of course, spoke to fair treatment for independent producers. Wanted to get Chorus Entertainment response on that level playing field as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Julian. I think in terms of the independent production community, they have put forward a very strong case, which I won't make for them, that that they need to have sort of regulated amounts of production that are provided to them through the system, and I'm sure they are arguing for that from any new digital broadcasters that would be brought into the system. We already face a number of requirements whereby, to access certain funds, we have to work with independent producers in our own production, and and myriad other requirements for the kinds of programs that we can either produce internally or with external partners, being the independent producers. So, I think that's what we're talking about. It's that myriad layers of regulations that we as a Canadian company working in the broadcasting sector face that our foreign competitors simply do not. And there's 2 ways to solve that. Either you can increase the amount of regulation on the foreign competitors, or you can decrease the amount of regulation on Canadian companies. What we keep saying, as I said in my opening statements, the status quo is not sustainable. We cannot continue to operate in a world where Canadian companies are have all of the obligations put on them, and the foreign competitors who are operating in the exact same marketplace face none of the same restrictions and obligations.
17 seconds, Peter.
Well, thank you. Coming back to independent producers, so we want to be fair to Canadian companies and Canadian content. We also want to be fair to independent producers. So the Yale report is very clear in that regard. Is your position that it is appropriate that the CRTC provide those supports for independent producers?
Thank you. I'm afraid, Peter, that question will have to wait till the next round. Thank you very much. I am now going to Conservatives for 5 minutes. Mr. Upal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, witnesses. I'm going to start with Mr. Menzies. Mr. Menzies, as the former CRTC Vice Chair, in your professional opinion, does the CRTC have the knowledge, the expertise, the tools to regulate content for Canadian streamings online?
The CRTC has a lot of talented people in there. I don't think it has the structure yet to be able to regulate this. It needs to learn about issues like user-generated content, which is why it'd be a good idea to take it out of the bill. And if you wanted to carve out just a single sector and find a way to, like as I suggested, $150 million or more, and find a way to divert that money or ensure that that money is being reinvested into Canada, it could probably cope with that. But the number of decisions that are left for it to make in Bill C-11, deciding, what companies this applies to, does it, and that sort of stuff, is going to cause them to have to hire a lot of people and build a new area of expertise, because it's not broadcasting. I mean, as some of the witnesses here today, Ms. Fortier has pointed out, even the architects of the legislation don't seem to understand the businesses that they're trying to legislate and the business structures. And there's no reason why people would, unless you're involved in it. And this isn't an area the CRTC has been involved in, so I would think it would need to expand its expertise.
Now, in expanding the expertise, obviously there's additional cost to it, but what is the time frame do you think that it would take the CRTC to get to that point where it can properly, be able to monitor this content?
I think it would probably unfold over about 5 years, particularly with all the other legislation that's coming forward to it. It's going to be doing newspapers. It's probably going to be doing online harms. I'm assuming that's why 4.2 is there. It's got all kinds of things coming up. It's got a new chair coming in September. Likely a new vice chair as well of broadcasting. So senior leadership changes. It takes a year to figure out where the bathrooms are and that sort of stuff when you settle into a new job and then have hearings. So I see a period of at least 5 years of uncertainty, and that's if all goes smoothly, which is my concern. I don't think that's in the best interest of Canada's creative sector, is to create this uncertainty, right? So
thank you. Ms. Fortier, you have one of the most successful YouTube channels in Canada, really a Canadian content creator's dream situation. How do you think that if Bill C-11 was to be passed and entered into law in its current form, how would it impact on your business and other businesses like that, or businesses who are striving to be like your business?
Well, I think even just in recent discussion, what we need to kind of understand, just to clarify some misconceptions, one, the platforms right now already operate on recommending content that audiences are looking for. YouTube does not, as an example, give us views. YouTube does not give any content creator views. As your channel grows, and that can take years, admittedly, you gain subscribers and you naturally have a larger audience base for your videos to be presented to. But even at that point, even for us, not every song that we release is a hit. sometimes it can take 3 years for a song to resonate. Our views are not shuttered or are stuffed in front of audiences' faces. People literally will look for our content or are watching similar content to ours. I feel Mr. Payette's pain points, honestly. But the beauty of digital content is it is a niche audience base because it is globally reaching, as opposed to broadcasting, which is geographically niched but requires a broader audience. Can content potentially be too niche to find an audience? Possibly, but there are so many other ways to grow content, whether it's through investment infrastructure systems like YouTube has Black Voices in the US, to work with French language music content creators. There's so many other ways to bolster content and promote it. These platforms really do want more than one content creator to be successful. I think it's important that we understand that as we move forward on this. How this bill would affect us, there's a couple of different ways. I mean, could it impact our global reach? Could it impact our regional reach? I am far more concerned about the content creators who are working today. Amanda Muse is a fantastic example who over COVID single-handedly was the sole income earner for her household because her husband, who was a pilot, lost his job. Are they millions of views? No, but they are still an impactful, important part of this culture. I think there's far more that we can be doing than artificially manipulating algorithms, which again is directly affecting content creators.
Thank you, Ms. Fortier. I
Thank
think
you.
Time is up. Now for 5 minutes for the Liberals, Michael Coteau. Michael,
thank
5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you to all our witnesses today for joining us. This is it's been a very I think valuable conversation. So thank you so much. My question is to Mr. Danks from LTV. You mentioned that there's been a shift that's taken place in the distribution system in Canada. And, we've heard from people in the past that there's been a loss of control of what people are seeing, but also the control of rights of content. You mentioned that C11 would be an important tool to help, ensure some equity within the system when it comes to distribution. Can you talk about the equity piece to this and how by putting in place a piece of this legislation like this will help ensure that there's greater equity within the distribution system in this country?
Yes, thank you for getting this back to broadcasting. With no disrespect to our friends in YouTube and TikTok and such, the platforms that we need to access for greater revenue for what we're making in terms of content are such as Amazon, Apple TV Plus, Roku, and such, and they don't just admit your content directly like YouTube and TikTok does. And that's a huge difference that it's, I think, important everybody to understand. You need to have a library of content. You need to have a refresh of content. The challenges that we're going to face going forward is ensuring that we can get on these platforms and get access to them because they are controlled by foreign entities. OutTV is not just on these platforms in Canada, but around the world. We have been denied access on certain platforms in the US and certain platforms in Asia simply due to being LGBTQ content. Those same platforms will be coming to Canada at some point. Two of them that I won't mention by name, but they're scheduled to launch in Canada in 2023. So there's a huge concern for Canadian broadcasters. This would include, APTN and other broadcasters, but even services that Mr. Reeb has at Chorus, that they might either be faced with competition from a foreign service or that the foreign service has just said, sorry, but we're fully loaded. We have enough American services. We don't need Canadian services. These are very real concerns. They're happening in the industry right now. And for us to continue on our business, we have a different business model. We need a premium level of content. As I've said, we've been successful. We've launched in the US on various platforms. We're in Australia. We're in other ones around the world. But what we're seeing around the globe is that, it's going to be tough out there. And the starting point for Canadian broadcasters needs to be access to these online platforms in our country. And that's why this is so fundamentally important to the broadcasting business. This very much separates us from the YouTubers and the TikTokers who can get access and go global. We are trying to get access and go global. We want that same business model, but it's much, much more difficult in the premium level platforms. And if we don't regulate this properly, if we don't have the CRTC's ability to say, hey, Apple, Amazon, this channel is an important Canadian service, it's on your platform, then I'm worried that we're going to have, real problems continuing with our services in Canada. And that's why, I focused on those items.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Payette, quick question for you. In regards to Francophone culture, what would a piece of legislation like this do to ensure that we, continue to build a strong distribution of Francophone culture here in this country, and to ensure that, it stays within a competitive space under this legislation?
Well, really, I think we need to get this bill adopted, and then we can go in front of the CRTC. And that's where the details will be decided. And we need flexibility. And we have to understand that the Francophone music sector is a small sector. And sometimes we can be, I'm just going to go back to the user-generated content, which is actually user-uploaded content in the Act, is sometimes we're too small and compared to YouTube standards, and we can be considered as a non-professional, or we can be considered not big enough to have an impact. So what we need is really having all of the activities being looked at the CRTC, and then with real information, experts deciding how we can promote. And what we want to do is working with the platforms and working with them in a way that it suits their business model. So the content that Canadians want, and because they want Francophone content and they want Canadian content, it gets to them. That's really the point of this process.
Thank you, Chair.
You've got 6 seconds. You're finished, Michael. Sorry about that.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. And thank you.
All right. I think we have to finish at a certain time. We can have a third round, but not a full third round. So what I would do is I will start a third round for the Conservative Party for 5 minutes. Ted Falk.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all the witnesses.
Un petit rappel au règlement, Madame la Présidente. Je suis désolé, collègues.
I'm sorry, I just have a point of order, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, you talked about starting another round, but that it would be a partial round, and so I would like to check how that is going to work and make sure it's fair.
Five people, or we could do 5 minutes for the Conservatives, 5 minutes for the Liberals, 2.5 for the Bloc, and 2.5 for the NDP, and end it there. That would give us 15 minutes.
Moi, ça me convient, autant que ça convienne aussi.
That would be fine, as long as everybody else is happy with that.
Yes, Kevin's got his thumbs up. Anybody else? Okay, thank you, Lisa. All right, see no opposition. I will just continue then. So we were starting with sorry, Mr. Falk, I'll give you a new start. Go ahead.
Okay, well,
Begin.
thank you again. Thank you again, Madam Chair. And thank you to all the witnesses. I've enjoyed hearing your perspectives on this bill. Ms. Fortier, I would like to get back to you, if I may. It seemed as though your previous thought was not completely fleshed out, and if you would like to finish what you were saying in the next minute or so, I'd appreciate that.
Can't even remember what I was thinking. There's been so much that's been discussed through. I think I really do hear what Mr. Payette is expressing and saying, and I think even as we're talking, we need to be very careful that we are differentiating between new broadcasters and platforms. Netflix, Amazon, Apple, they're broadcasters. The difference is a gatekeeper that is actually blocking, you pitch, they green light, they move forward. And it's the broadcast system. It's just the current modern day players. Platforms are considerably different in that it is free. Basically, in most cases, if you take YouTube as an example, it's free platforms that content creators like us and other small companies are able to actually upload and self-distribute. It is absolutely a hustle to do that job. It's a tough go. It's 100% of the risk for 100% of the reward. But the sacrifice that you're making is for the opportunity to fully own your IP and be able to control that distribution. I know that it is not a perfect system. There's certainly issues across the board between legacy broadcasters, new broadcasters, and those platforms. But the algorithm manipulation is really something that we need to be incredibly careful of to determine that certain content is more valid than others, to give preference to one versus another. That's where the crux of 4.2 becomes so problematic.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. And Mr. Geist, you've written on Bill C-11, just as you did previously about Bill C-10. Can you articulate what you believe the government's objectives are, and also how they should have drafted the bill to achieve those?
Sure, thanks for that question. So, listen, the government's stated objectives, of course, have focused on the large streaming services. And I think we've heard a lot of talk about a lot of issues that frankly have very little to do with those large streaming services. So it's pretty clear that people look at this bill in a lot of different ways. Oftentimes, the bill has little to do with some of their core concerns. I think where the bill has, of course, got bogged down has been around user content. But I think there are some other issues even that have come up just now that I think are important to recognize. Mr. Biddle, for example, asked specifically or referenced the fact that Ian Scott said, well, we already have those powers now, and suggested somehow that was being ignored. I think it's important to recognize first that while arguably the CRTC has had those powers, I think first there's constitutional questions about it. Secondly, it does seem to me that if in fact they've already got all these powers, it begs the question, why do you need this legislation at all? It's a CRTC issue, not a legislative issue. I think we do need legislation because there is value in updating. But quite clearly, once you've got legislation that specifically identifies online undertakings, specifically identifies discoverability, it's a significant leap, and it does make a change in what that regulatory outlook will look like. I'd also quickly note, if I might, Mr. Champeau asked about the revenues being generated within the independent sector. And the reality is that in Quebec, from the BCTQ, 2.5 billion in direct spending in Quebec just last year in film and TV production, including productions from both Netflix and Amazon. That's record amounts. In Ontario, Ontario Creates reports it had its highest production levels to date ever, with nearly 3 billion in production spending. And so the notion that somehow there is a crisis in spending, I think, is undermined by what we've actually experienced to date. In fact, the CMPA itself tells us that the largest source of funding now for English language productions is foreign money. So money is coming in. There's a lot of spending. That doesn't mean that we can't continue to address some of these issues. But the reality is venturing into questions around user content, as this bill does, I think we've heard compelling evidence about why that's a problem. And I think we also need to recognize that the notion that somehow there's no contributions taking place and that we've got a film and TV production sector in crisis is undermined by the actual experience and data that we've seen to date.
Thank you very much. I think that time is now up, Mr. Falk.
Hey,
I would go to the Liberals for 5 minutes. Tim Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the witnesses. I appreciate this, your time and your testimony. I would like to start with Monsieur Payette from the Professional Music Publishers Association. You mentioned that publishing and songwriting are linked, and that's a sector that's seen firsthand the effects of technology and medium evolving and the impacts it's had on artists. In your words, Mr. Payette, you said that if musicians are not listened to, they're not paid. And I firmly believe that. In the music business, we've seen that its growth has benefited the platforms, many of them international platforms, and some of our larger Canadian artists, but we've also seen that it's not proportionally supported a large segment of our Canadian artists from our own communities. In your opening statements, you mentioned that struggle, the percentages, the songwriting royalties that are down. Do you mind expanding on those numbers and the fact that if we're not supporting our Canadian artists at all levels, we won't have these stories to tell, we won't create the environment that our talent can grow, we won't have those international voices on the world stage, both literally and figuratively, virtually. Thanks.
Thank you for that question. Yes, I agree. The figures that we have from SOCAN concerning our members, is that there's been a drop of 24%, which is huge. We know that there is a role to be played in helping singer-songwriters produce and create. So we need to have a music industry that is strong. We need to have a lot of diversified talent that continues to develop so that we can compete on all markets. What we are seeing is that there is a very small number of international artists doing extremely well, and the rest of them are having a great struggle. And those that have done the best are certain platforms.
I believe that this legislation, it shouldn't be updated for years. Do you think our Canadian artists have that kind of time?
Non, écoutez, ça fait depuis...
No, I think it's been 20 years or so that the CRTC has done nothing in this area. I think it was 1996 when there was a consultation in this area. And then, if I remember correctly, there was a CRTC report, and then we had the gay report, and then we had C10, and now we've got C11. So then the CRTC has to get informed and get its head around this whole issue. So I think that for people that are being represented by our organization and others, people that are working in the field, they don't have this kind of time. We have to move ahead, and I don't know how much time I have, but I could certainly respond to what Ms. Fortier said. Well, what is confusing is that there is a lot of content on YouTube, and in the music field, we have creators, and we have people who recommend content and book lists. There are ethnic content, and there are songs that are chosen. So it is companies that are choosing this content, and they are just looking at the revenues, but they have no regard for the cultural aspects, that is Francophone music and other diversities. We need to give the CRTC the flexibility it needs based on real data and not on anecdotes. They need to use expert advice so that Canadians will have more choices and more diversity in the choices that they can make. It took 50 years or so to protect Canadian diverse production, and we need to continue to do that. Thank you very much.
I believe that's my time.
So it's your mute.
I'll keep going if I can.
Madame la Présidente, vous êtes en sourdine.
I think, Madam Chair, that you are muted.
Sorry, now for the Bloc Québécois, Martin Champeau, 2.5 minutes, please.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Je veux revenir à ce que M. Geist dit.
I want to come back to what Mr. Geist said about audiovisual production, what it is doing in very well in Quebec, but in fact, it's the same situation as elsewhere in Canada. There is a lot of production that is not really local production covering local Canadian and Quebec stories. So we have the same disaster situation in Quebec, in fact. But if we agree that user-generated content and Canadian content and broadcasters and so on need regulation. If we agree on that, what would be the right regulatory body to manage all of that? You seem to think that it shouldn't be the CRTC. So what would you propose so that we could apply this?
I don't think I said the CRTC shouldn't be regulating. It's the broadcast side. I'm trying to, I think what I've tried to say is that user content and the work coming out of the internet is not broadcast. And so that ought to be outside of the CRTC's remit because it's inappropriate to put it in this regulatory structure. On the broadcast side, to respond to your question, no, I mean, the CRTC is the appropriate place, but there are other issues. I mean, you noted that it's not local production. With respect, that's often not true. For example, Jusqu'à d'éclat, produced by Netflix, which had Canadian production company, screenwriter, director, lead performers, director of photography, production designer, composer, and editor. Everything Canadian. And yet it's not treated as, I can name others, the Willoughbys, ARC, In the Tall Grass. The reality is that we are seeing a lot of Canadian production from all of the major streaming services. One of the problems that we face, whether in Quebec or outside of Quebec, is that we have definitions that frankly don't work if what we are truly trying to do is tell Canadian stories. And as I noted off the top, one of the most ardent supporters of regulation in this space, Peter Grant, has himself said that the CanCon rules don't even require them to be Canadian stories. So if your goal out of this legislation is to ensure that that happens, then surely one of the things you need to do is ensure that the regulations themselves better reflect those Canadian stories.
Alors, permettez-moi une dernière question en quelques secondes parce que mon temps...
I just have a few seconds left. So you don't recognize that broadcasting streamed music or audiovisual productions, you don't think that those are broadcasting?
I didn't say that. I said that user content.
I am sorry, Mr. Geist. Martin, we have ended. There's no more time. Not at all. NDP Peter Julian, 2.5 minutes, please, Peter.
Thank you very much to all the witnesses today. I think the most disturbing testimony we heard was from you, Mr. Danks. We've heard about the secretive algorithms, and as Mr. Payette referenced, that these massive companies that choose winners and losers without the public even being aware of how they have put these algorithms together. But your testimony about simply being refused to streaming services is very disturbing to me. And if you could expand a bit more, these companies basically just refused service. How did they justify that exclusion? And what recourse did you have?
They justified it by simply saying that they're not interested in LGBTQ content. They are, one American company, one South Korean company, one Chinese company, all of whom you would know by name and who function. They simply said, we won't put that content on our platform. And, that is one of the bigger problems that I see us having in Canada. There's another problem related to that. I mean, you mentioned algorithms. Many of the streaming platforms use an algorithm to determine whether or not you'll have any subscribers. And they'll decide, they'll say, we can't take you because you're not going to have any subscribers. We had an example with one where we literally had to hack their algorithm by putting content like ours on their free service in order to demonstrate there was interest in the content. And so we have a real problem where if, for example, a Canadian service, an APTN or others who are really important in Canada, the streaming service turns around and says, well, our algorithm says no one's going to watch you. And they'll say, yeah, but that's maybe not true because we have a lot of people in Canada that will. We have to be really careful because algorithms are very backwards looking and they look from what's already been done, not what could be done in the future. So, these are certainly big problems, but I'll reiterate, we are very concerned that many of the larger aggregators that will arrive, and I will not speak ill of Amazon, Apple, and Roku. They've been terrific, the Canadian providers, but there are others that are coming that will not have the same attitude. And some of them are extremely powerful and very popular and owned by and have attachments to foreign governments. And we will simply not be able to access those services without the CRTC's authority to say, you shall be on and you shall be paid fairly.
Thank you very much. Peter, you have 6 seconds. I don't know that you can get a Q&A into that.
Thank you for this is a very important testimony, and we will take it to heart.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank the witnesses for coming. You've been 2 hours with us. That's been a long time. So I want to thank you for your patience and your diversity of opinion. And so with that having been said, we will suspend so that we can get into our next set of panels. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
of the witnesses in the room. For those of you who need interpretation, you have the choice at the bottom of the screen for English or French. And a reminder that all comments should be made and addressed through the chair. I now want to welcome our witnesses, and we will begin. Witnesses have 5 minutes to present, regardless if there are two of you in one. Each organization has 5 minutes to present, and then we will be followed by a round of questions and answers. So I'd like to begin with Dr. Irene Berkovits, Senior Policy Fellow, Audience Lab, the Creative School, and Toronto Metropolitan University, and Mr. Alain Saultier, author and retired Professor of Communications from the University of Montreal. So I'll begin with Ms. Berkovits for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to clarify, do I personally have 5 minutes?
You do indeed, because
Okay.
you're coming as an individual. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, and thank you for inviting me. I am appearing as an individual, not on behalf of the Toronto Metropolitan University. I've been writing publicly on issues relating to Bill C-11 since 2014 when I testified at Let's Talk TV. C-11 to me is not the visionary legislation we deserve. Its story could have been how a small nation of 37 million will engage a global audience of 7 billion. As one of few researchers to table original data on new and legacy content, I'm deeply concerned that C-11 will chill Canadian media innovation. Today, I'll share data from Watchtime Canada, the YouTube study I led, and my book, Mediocrity, on legacy media. To be clear, C-11 does not support Canadian storytelling. It supports old ways that define and distribute our stories. As you heard this morning, C-11 needs clear, decisive amendments. Politicizing this process hurts all Canadians because we all benefit from a strong media sector, and so does our tax base. Our media is our face to the world. Our Liberal Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, asserted in 2016 that Canada would be known for resourcefulness, not resources. And just this month, this May, Trudeau announced a $3.6 billion auto sector investment that will make Canada a global leader in electric vehicles. Innovations, he said, will create hundreds of jobs. Well, without public investment, YouTube, costing more than $6 billion annually at no cost to Canada, created more than 160,000 jobs for 160, Canadian entrepreneurs and 30,000 jobs. Make no mistake, as you've heard today, working YouTube, TikTok, or Instagram is grueling. We found 60% of eligible channels on YouTube earned less than 10K. 9% did earn more than 100K, but it's 100% risk, no free ride. Yet in open global competition for audiences, Canadians are winning. They're YouTube's #1 exporters, 90% views outside Canada, diverse without quotas, enhancing the soft power of our values around the world. YouTube has empowered local Canadians of every race, ethnicity, ability, and gender to engage global audiences. French-Canadian YouTubers include this year's Juno nominee, singer Charlotte Cadan, chef Carla's Cooking, beauty artist Cynthia Delude, Radio-Canada journalist P.L. Cloutier. C-11's wrong turn starts with the notion that CRTC jurisdiction over the whole internet CRTC has jurisdiction over the whole internet, and two reasons. First, scale. Consider the math. On YouTube alone, 500 hours of content is uploaded per minute, 12,000 a day, 150,000 a week. Add TikTok, other platforms. YouTube does know what's uploaded in Canada, doesn't know if the uploaders are Canadian or their team. They don't know if Canadians are uploading from any other place on earth, say a Buffalo Airbnb or a VPN. Shoving the new into the old instantly gets absurd. Second, new media is a feature, not a bug. It's additive innovation. The open internet paved our way to electric cars, mRNA vaccines, more. Why mess with the earnings of self-starters who never asked a penny from the public purse? If user-generated content, why not video games, reality TV, two genres that are healthy because they are market-driven? C-11 gets it backwards. Instead of positioning new media as a model to engage audiences, it ensnares new media in the epic fail part of our old media, disregard for audiences. Amendments to narrow scope and clearly delete user-generated content would have multiple benefits of quelling concerns about free speech, discoverability, at least re UGC, and the 1950s-style rulemaking authorities. And the result would focus CRTC on what it does urgently owe legacy media: producer access, platform-agnostic funding. As a researcher who believes in data-based, goal-driven policy, I ask, what is C11's goal? I get that Liberals have the power to pass C11 as it's written. Yet if they do, I suspect challenges will long delay the urgent work and promise windfalls, as you heard this morning. So I'll close with the words by a legacy media CEO who recently sent me an email about C11. It's short. Here it is. The industry is shooting itself in the foot. Thank you for your time. I'm truly honored to be here and look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. And then I'm going to thank you very much, Ms. Berkowitz. And then I would go to Alain Solner, author and retired professor of communication from the University of Montreal.
Bonjour.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Could you please unmute? All right, can you begin again?
Very well. Thank you. I taught journalism at the University of Montreal for about 10 years, and so I'm particularly interested in the relationship of media and culture with the digital giants. And this expertise led me to publish a book called The Digital Barbarians and Resisting the GAFAM Invasion. I would like to point out that I was also the general manager for news at Radio-Canada, and I produced a publication based on that experience. I was also the president of the Quebec Federation of Professional Journalists from 1992 to 1997, and I've been very interested in the relationship between our culture and media and with the digital giants. So I wrote my book, and I said in it that the history of the Western world will remember that this is the most important conquest of the 21st century, which is the conquest of the digital universe and our state, our territories, by the American superpowers, which is crushing national sovereignty. That's why I believe that states and their institutions must take appropriate measures to protect our media and culture. And in particular, I want to talk about French language and culture. The problem is that we haven't understood that for us Francophones, this invasion of the digital giants has had the effect of marginalizing our media, our language, and our culture. These are American superpowers, and we have to resist this invasion. I think that Bill C-11 is a way to do that. There will be other measures needed, and I hope they will come, but this is at least a way to regulate our coexistence with them. Putting foreign and Canadian companies on the same footing is essential, and giving the CRTC the power to regulate all digital activity in this area is important for this healthy coexistence. We have to help our businesses, creators, and public. Forcing these superpowers to re-inject a significant proportion of their revenues in the country in creating and producing works by Canadians is a way to support our cultural environment and our media. This is the right way to counter the imposition of American content, which is dominant, because this is what we have to do, is to protect our cultural sovereignty. To do nothing is just to return to a free-for-all situation, and we cannot win. Canada has always been able to react when American companies wanted to flood our our country with their cultural content. In 1936, this is why we had the creation of the CBC and why the CRTC was given regulatory power in the area of communications. In 1952, the government created the television network, again, to counter American television networks, which considered Canada as their market. Unfortunately, in 1997, the CRTC let the ball drop because it decided not to address the internet because they wanted to promote its growth. And certainly, it has grown. Nowadays, people under 35 swear by social networks, social media, and those platforms that are dominated by the American giants. That's where they get their news. Their main gateway to music is now YouTube, and Jérôme Payette talked about the low share of Quebec performers among the 10,000 most popular performers in Quebec, 8%, and for Francophones, only 6%. So we don't hear the music of Hubert Lenoir, Ariane Moffat, and others. So how can you make a living as a songwriter if you know that you only get half a cent? Another source of concern is that for the first time in our history, traditional television is being overtaken by viewing platforms like Netflix and so on. And today, we have to do the same thing as we've done in the past. We have to make sure that we have a level playing field. We know that there is a great deal of lobbying against what countries need to do to protect their cultural environment. And so we need to have Bill C-11 passed. We are late to the table, but at least it's not too late. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saulnier. And I now go to the final panel group, and that is the Coalition for the Diversity of Cultural Expressions. Now, there are two witnesses there. There is Natalie Gay, who's executive director, and Bill Skolnick, who's a co-chair. You have 5 minutes between the two of you, so one of you may speak or you may split into 2.5 minutes. Your decision.
Well, I'm going to start. Thank you, Dr. Fry, and I'd like to thank the committee very much for having us once again. It's a great honor, and we're very pleased to be here. My name is Bill Skolnick. I am the co-chair of the Coalition for the Diversity of Cultural Expressions. We are an alliance of 47 associations. We're representing more than 200,000 performers, creators, technicians, and professionals, and 2,000 organizations in music and screen production, book and music publishing, live performance, and the visual arts. For more than 20 years, our members have been working together to protect and promote Canada's diverse cultural expressions. My colleague, Natalie Gay, and I have been delegates at several UNESCO assemblies held to support the objectives of the 2005 UNESCO Convention on the Diversity of Cultural Expressions. Canada, as I am sure you are aware, was the first country to ratify this convention and is considered a leader in ensuring the principles of the convention are upheld. The crucial protection and promotion, this crucial protection and promotion requires the exercise of cultural sovereignty, and that is the essence of C-11. The Broadcasting Act is cultural policy. It is our belief that this tradition and legacy must continue to thrive. Moreover, the review of the Broadcasting Act is an essential part of the toolkit needed to redefine and rebalance our ecosystems. This committee has had the chance to learn at length about the impact COVID has had on our sector. The CDC applauded the tabling of Bill C-11 on February 2nd. We can only hope that this attempt to revise our legislation will conclude shortly so the benefits can reach Canadian creators, artists, producers, and organizations as soon as possible. They have been waiting for a very long time. Finally, allow me to recall that according to a recent Nanos poll, the legislation has broad support from the public. I will now turn the floor over to Natalie, who will present the changes that we ask you to consider. These proposals emerge from intense and detailed discussion. They represent a broad and unified consensus crafted by our multifaceted membership and beyond. Thank you.
Merci, Bill. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to say hello to everyone. I am Nathalie Gay, and I am the Executive Director of the Coalition. We do have a few requests to improve Bill C-11. First of all, the broadcasting system must continue to showcase Canadian talent. The proposed wording of Section 3(1)(f) establishes two regimes. The first sets higher expectations for Canadian companies, including Canadian online companies, with respect to the use of Canadian creative resources, spending on Canadian programs, contributions to funds to support content development, and efforts to showcase Canadian programs. And the other opens the door to reduced requirements for foreign online companies in these areas. It should be noted that Canadian Heritage's assessment that the bill could result in an additional injection of $830 million a year into our ecosystem is largely based on an estimate of spending on Canadian programs and on a contribution comparable to the current obligations of Canadian broadcasting undertakings. A two-tiered system risks missing this objective and introduces an imbalance between the level of obligations that Canadian and foreign companies would be subject to. Second, we believe that CRTC orders should be subject to an appeal to the Governor in Council to be set aside or referred back to the Governor in Council for reconsideration and rehearing. This is simply adapting the existing provision in the Broadcasting Act to the new regulatory environment. In addition, it could enhance stakeholder confidence in the CRTC. Third, we would like to see a public hearing process for the issuance of orders. We believe that this will encourage greater consideration of diverse views, particularly with respect to the uneven levels of experience and resources available to the various potential stakeholders, but also because hearings provide an opportunity to respond to the arguments of others. Fourth, we suggest an amendment to Section 8.2 so that the full comments received on a proposed order are available. We would like the committee also to reintroduce terminology that was adopted in the last version of Bill C-10 regarding original French language programs and so on. So we aren't proposing any changes to the sections dealing with social media. The government has already narrowed the scope by proposing criteria for the CRTC to use in its analysis. We always also believe that further clarification would help with flexibility and create loopholes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that brings us to an end of the witness testimony. And then we're going to go into the question and answer segment. And it's a 6-minute round. The 6 minutes include questions and include answers. So I will begin for the Conservatives with Mr. Waugh, Kevin Waugh.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the three groups that are in front of us here this afternoon. Maybe I'll start with the Coalition for Diversity of Cultural Expressions. I believe you were in front of us on C-10. So what's changed in your mind between C-10 and C-11? And Natalie, I noticed that you talked about the $830 million that was supposed to be generated from Minister at the time, Guilbeault. Nobody substantiated that $830 million. Nobody knew where that number came from. And to be honest with you, it was a hypothetical number that the minister at the time said would be the windfall for Canadian, Canadian producers. So maybe just comment on that, because you did bring up the number of $830 million.
Oui, avec plaisir. Yes, of course. Thank you for your question. Well, I thought that method that explains that calculation that was actually published on Heritage Canada, there it's explained very well how they've gotten to that number for the audio-visual sector, but also for the music sector. Now, the big differences, I would say, between C-10 and C-11 are the following. So there are 4 elements we wanted to highlight. The first, there are certain terms, or there's language that's problematic for French language programs. We're talking about original programming, and then also the terminology used for communities of official languages in a minority situation. Also, that the detention of intellectual property, that new section is important. The definition of Canadian programming, and section 3.1a. We are actually suggesting a new formulation because the changes that are being brought forward might actually increase access to Canadian market by foreign markets. So now we think that Carré Sable sandbox solution is acceptable, and we'd like to get to the next step so that the CRTC can really evaluate all this data. We've heard all sorts of things on how it could go ahead, what kind of regulations and rules would affect social media. But the first stage is an analysis stage, and it can only be done if there's open sharing of data and, of course, transparency.
Well, thank you. We heard the same from the CRTC and the chairman last week. It's going to take at least 2 years to set up, if not longer. I'll go now to Dr. Berkowitz, and you're speaking as an individual. Thank you about that. And 30,000 jobs, and my internet was in and out. So I just want you to repeat the industry and how it's flourished, certainly over the last 2 or 3 years on YouTube, and how well Canadians are doing. We certainly saw that here with the awards in this country. You did point that out. It's an industry that is growing at a rapid pace, and Canadians are very proud of their content, sharing it worldwide. And you kind of had some numbers I wish that you would go over again with us, if you don't mind, Doctor. You're on mute.
Okay, I'm sorry. You would think as a professor who teaches online, I would know. I'm sorry. So thank you so much for your question. I guess I can give some brief review of the UGC numbers and then also give you some comments on the legacy media, which is also, as was mentioned earlier this morning, just performing marvelously. So here's this watch time report. I really truly wish you would all read it because there's 50 data charts in here. And the bottom line is Canada is #1 exporters on the entire platform. We did quite a conservative evaluation, which all the methodology is described in the report. We have already, in the 15 brief years of YouTube's existence, it's already 30,000 full-time jobs of Canadians and 160,000 Canadian entrepreneurs are trying to make it without any public investment. Going over to the legacy side, as was reviewed this morning by Dr. Geis, you've heard about record TV employment thanks to these global platforms, and you've also heard of shows like Denmark's Borgen, Israel's Fauda, South Korea's Squid Game. And I wanted to add that today, small countries like ours are really killing it on the global stage because they have done the policy work that we really need to get CRTC to focus on. Language is not a barrier. Competition is rising, and I think it's imperative that we update and innovate our own policy because streamers really need content that will make it on the global stage.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you. That's the end of that round. And I would like to go to the Liberals for 6 minutes. Tim Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to our witnesses. I appreciate you being here. Maybe I begin the questioning through you, Madam Chair, to Professor Saulnier. You did a wonderful job explaining as a nation how we've reacted in the past in regards to media and culture over the decades, how we've protected our culture. And now we're well into the digital universe, and it seems past time and time to do something. So maybe you could just express the importance and the timeliness of what we're doing, what Canadians have already done for decades, which is protecting our cultural sovereignty and our voices.
Well, as I was saying earlier, when we had to face the fact that an American culture was imposed here in Canada, in Quebec, what the Canadian government did is to use tools to face that, like the creation of the CRTC, for example. In 1952, we created CBC Radio-Canada to face this invasion. So we should always be able to face this American invasion of American content. When it comes to cinema, the Americans think we are their own domestic market, and that's why they impose all sorts of rules across our country. In 1987, the CRTC thought that by letting the internet just develop freely, it was things were going to be okay, and that was a mistake. We should have reacted instantly, because right now we've got the law of the jungle in a way, and that means that cultures like our culture, as in the Francophone culture or indigenous cultures, are more and more increasingly marginalized. That's why we need an act, we need regulation, and the CRTC should have the power to regulate so that everyone's on equal footing. Otherwise, again, we've just got a law that's decided by the digital giants, for example, or a jungle, and I don't want that.
You know what? I believe you mentioned that the main gateway to music is YouTube, yet very few artists are making a living from YouTube. And we're also seeing a public that's increasingly more dependent on online social media platforms and those streaming services. But what about the artists and creators that have that presence online? Would you consider them dependent on these digital platforms? And in what ways are these digital spaces making our creators vulnerable?
Is that to Mr. Saulnier?
Oh, I would, yes, please, following. Yes, sir. Yes, Madam Chair.
Look, Mr. Payette earlier mentioned the fact that the music industry was completely changed because of these online platforms. What does that mean exactly? Well, yes, those platforms are the most important platform today for music is YouTube. It means we have excellent artists like Ariane Moffat who are present, who are there. But how can you be there, present? Thanks to shows, concerts, or CDs back in the day, or vinyls. You can try to get your music played on air, on the radio, but that's not realistic anymore. So you've got to find another way to regulate that presence of music on those platforms, like YouTube, for instance. And we should ensure, when it comes to francophones, that you're able to be discovered on those platforms. And so the CRTC should see how that could be done exactly. But if there is no support, thanks to an act such as this one, and if we cannot create rules and regulations, we won't be able, or artists won't be able to be discovered, and that means our artists won't make any money, which means that our music will disappear in the long term.
Very much agreed. Thank you. Maybe I could turn to Mr. Skolnick. C11, it has important provisions to support our programming, specifically for historically overlooked communities. Can you speak to that, how C11 will be important to our culture, our identity, our community, and that window is closing, and how critical this timing is?
Well, I mean, it's, as you heard, we're in favor of the diverse cultural expressions. That's our raison d'etre. And the window is closing because whether it's deliberate or inadvertent, the large platforms are taking over. And we need to allow particularly our Indigenous folks, the abilities, and other communities as well, to continue to receive funding through the various means that the traditional broadcasters have provided, and that is something that we want to see continue through that's represented in C11 by using the platforms and their contributions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Skolnick. Then we move to the Québécois, Martin Champeau, for 6 minutes.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to our witnesses today. Oh, the interpreter apologizes, but the internet connection is no longer functioning.
Martin, can you say something? No, clerk, can we suspend for a while you check out what's happening, please?
Miss me too much, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Moi aussi, j'étais très inquiet.
Yes, I was very worried as well. But I'm back. So, Mr. Saunier, I want to come back to you because you were part of management at Radio-Canada at a time when these digital platforms were increasingly present. And if I'm not mistaken, you, at the time, already thought that we should have imposed or created rules much more quicker. Yes. So we've waited a long time, much too long, I believe, to create regulations, rules and regulations. What were we saying at the time, though? What were we saying in regards to those giants? Well, think about the context at the time. Steve Jobs, we used to say that he was an incredible human being. He's so creative. We were astonished. We were so surprised by their modern creativity, people like Mark Zuckerberg as well. And I think that governments that were in power, I'm talking about conservative governments, liberals, at the time thought that we should not go against those digital giants. Think about that Netflix tax. We were saying we should not create a tax for Netflix. And there was a shield as well in Quebec because the cultural sector was saying, oh, no, we should impose or we should do something about it. So I think we were sort of impressed or blinded by the power that these digital giants had because they really represented the modern world. So if we finally realized that we need a framework. That's great. We lost time with C10 because of the election. It was set aside, but I think the longer we wait, the more we'll have that environment where it's the law of the jungle, so to speak. When it comes to Facebook too, everyone went to Facebook, but even media outlets, and they shot themselves in the foot because it meant that we were increasingly marginalized, and we could not go, and we cannot go through social networks to get to media outlets. Okay, I know you talked about the jungle, the law of the jungle, and you're right, it is a little like that. This market was not regulated. There's no framework. When it comes to the cultural sector, I know you work in the information sector, but you've taught communications at universities, so you know a lot about this industry. Do you think that if we had developed or taken a handle over things 10 to 15 years ago, our market would be very different today? And I'm talking about our platforms, but also for information outlets or news outlets. Well, what we did is we allowed those giants, those platforms, to establish themselves on our territory. And we're not the only country to have done that. Quebec isn't alone either. I would say the majority of Western countries are now facing the same situation.
And that's why I think we waited. All of us did. I think that Europe, though, took a much more aggressive approach, but we took far too long. And this is why we now have the impression that we have to battle these giants, and we really can't defeat them. But I think we very quickly have to adopt Bill C-11, because if we don't do it now, it will again postpone the work we need to do, both to protect Francophone culture and other cultural aspects. So we have to move forward. We must not wait any longer so that we can resist the digital giants that want to impose their culture on us. I think we shouldn't hesitate. Ms. Gay, you have heard the witnesses that we had in the previous panel, so I would like to hear your comments on what you heard before you arrived. I didn't miss a minute. I will just be very succinct. I am in agreement with my colleague, Mr. Payette, and his arguments. It is a bit unfortunate that people feel that those who defend this bill are people who are kind of behind the times. But in fact, they are protecting the rights of creators and the public, because there's more and more to be done with fewer and fewer resources. I think it's very unfortunate to hear some of these arguments. Well, instead of creating divisions, we should really work together. Thank you, Mr. Champoux.
And I'm going to go now to the New Democratic Party, Peter Julian, 6 minutes.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Merci à tout notre témoin.
I want to thank the chair and all of our witnesses. This is a very interesting set of presentations. We know that the pandemic is still ongoing, and so I hope that your families are well. First of all, I have a question for Mr. Saulnier, and then for Ms. Gay and Mr. Solnick. So my questions come from what we heard earlier this morning. And first of all, we heard that there was discrimination on the part of streaming services that didn't want to carry the content of Out TV. We heard that these major companies needed to take into account local content, and we needed to have a level playing field. And then we have had years of waiting for a modernized broadcasting act. So I would like to hear about what the effect would be on Canadian creators. I would like to start with Mr. Saulnier, please. Thank you. I will answer the last question in particular. I think if we do nothing, we will marginalize culture, and especially Francophone culture in Canada, because filmmakers, writers, singers have done everything they can, but major companies, these big tech companies, are the ones that are defining what it is that people will hear, and that is not the way it should be. So it is high time that we had a new Broadcasting Act, and we have to do it without delay. I really feel that we are under threat right now, because if we talk about the small minorities, cultural minorities like Francophones and Indigenous people, and get nothing but English content, then I think we will be the losers. Bill C-11 is a first step. There will be other measures needed, but we will have Bill C-18, but I think we need to move ahead with this right now. Thank you. Ms. Gay. Thank you. I completely agree with what our colleague has said. On your last question as well, I would give you some figures. In between 2016 and 2020, the contribution to the Canadian Film Fund went down a great deal. We had a big increase in subscriber services, and so we know that these subscriber services now have taken over and have become dominant rather than the traditional television services. So we need to enable our creators to continue to produce Canadian content. And this isn't just an issue of money and jobs, but we need to have a recognition of our cultural sovereignty. We need to protect it. We need to develop common values so that we have a distinct identity. It isn't because we are against foreign content. It is that we need to protect the diversity of our culture so that we don't have a homogeneous type of cultural content where everyone is supposed to be the same. So we need to provide an opportunity for diverse experiences. The values of openness and tolerance need to be emphasized today. So that's why we need a cultural policy that reflect the aspirations of our society, and it comes back to what we want our children to learn.
The same three questions.
Well, most of what I'm going to say has been said by both Professor Saulnier and my colleague. But I think what's vital to realize here is that, and I think Professor Saulnier already said this isn't new. Other countries in the world, particularly in the European Union, are leading the way here. They recognize that as much as we appreciate the the content that we get from the platforms, it's very important to maintain your own identity. It's very important to have your own stories told, or at least a perspective from your own citizens. And it's not mutually exclusive. Everybody would like to be on the legacy networks, and despite the fact that they are also on the platforms. Oh, that's it. Sorry.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. We're going to go to a second round now, and I would like to begin it's a 5-minute round this time, and I'm beginning with Mr. Upal from the Conservatives. 5 minutes, please, Tim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to start with Ms. Berkowitz. There's been some considerable discussion about diversity.
A point of order, please, Madam Chair. I would just ask my colleague, Mr. Upal, to move his mic closer to his mouth so that the interpreters can hear properly.
Kind of round we had the last time. By not having a full round, we're going to go with the Conservatives for 5, the Liberals for 5, you for 2.5, and Mr. Julian for 2.5, and it ends there because we don't have a lot of time left.
Merci pour la précision, mais c'était vraiment seulement pour la question du micro de mon collègue. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you. Okay. Now, sorry, Mr. Upal, you can start again. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Martin, for reminding me about the mic. So, Ms. Berkowitz, I just want to start with you with, we've had a considerable discussion about cultural diversity and protecting cultural diversity. But we also in Canada have a considerable, population where we would consider it maybe, let's say, call it third language or ethnic cultural diversity, where not only my parents' generation, but even my generation, cultural diversity also means seeing some international content and Canadian content creators collaborating with international creators. Many of the singers are, singing in a third language, and they're using either musicians from other international countries, or some of their production is actually done in other parts of the world. Even local news content, from what I understand, a lot of it is sometimes the interviews and whatnot are done here in Canada, but it's produced internationally. Some of that is just because of the time difference, and they're able to do this overnight, where they could send some clips to India, it gets produced and then gets shown here. And a lot of that's being done online, being shown online, and Canadians are able to discover it online and to be able to see that. So how do you, I'm hearing from content creators who are doing cultural content creations concerned about this bill, that it would actually hurt their ability to reach their audience here in Canada. What do you think about that?
Thank you so very much for that question. This is a huge topic. I'll try to make a few comments in the time allotted and be happy to follow up. First of all, I guess from a theoretical point of view, it comes down to whether protection by data strengthens or competition strengthens. And we found that in open competition, YouTube has become, in 91 countries, the #1 exporters, and are diverse without any quotas, mostly equal to, or in some cases, in excess to Stats Can. So that's for the creators. But in our research, we asked both groups what they thought about YouTube, and I sort of direct you to figures 2.21 and 3.15, whereas Canadians really cherish the diversity they see on YouTube, and 90%, and we sort of were so surprised by this data. We parsed it for age, for geography, and for language. 90% of Canadians don't search for Canadian content. They search for the content that they want to watch, and they treasure the access to global content. And as well, a majority of Canadian creators, and we asked them this, felt that if there was a sort of artificial discoverability imposed on their channel, which means they would lose the ability to organically rise in other countries, which is directly impacts their revenue. That's a long explanation that probably should happen at some point. But anyway, they would be very negatively impacted by that. So Canadian consumers and creators on YouTube are aligned in wanting this to remain an open platform. Does that answer your question?
You.
Yeah.
Thank
Sorry,
you for
Mr.
that.
But can you plug in your mic, please? I think it's unplugged.
Sorry, my mic?
Yes, you're using, I gather the technicians say you're using your computer mic and not your headset mic.
I am using the headset mic.
Yes, clerk.
If I may, Mr. Poole, if you could just go to the bottom of your screen in the bottom left corner where it says unmute.
Is that better? Is that better? Has it changed the... Okay. I'm getting a lot of thumbs up.
Just if you click in the bottom left, can we just make sure it's the headset microphone and not the computer microphone? Just click on the small left arrow, please.
Yeah, I believe it is. It says...
Selected. Thank you very much for the change, Mr. Poole.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I just wanted to now just switch over to the Coalition for Diversity of Canadian Cultural Expressions. Since we do have this concern with ethnic cultural experience in Canada, with those creators having concerns with this bill that it would actually, hinder their ability to reach an audience, do you not think that, that cultural experience should also be protected in the same way?
Natalie, do you want to go? Okay.
Yes, of course. I think that if YouTube, let's say, or other services go in front of the CRTC and demonstrate that these type of measures will have that impact, I do trust that the CRTC would not impose such conditions. I think that this argument that we've been hearing over and over is not up to now based on any facts. And there are many other ways to promote and showcase content than just tweaking the algorithms. And it's just, there's also the assumption that there is no Canadian content that would fit the preferences of any other user. So I find that let's go to the CRTC, let's bring those data and experience, and the CRTC will examine, the policy, the broadcasting policy objectives, and will determine what the different services will need to do to showcase these content in a way that will not obviously harm other Canadian creators.
But are we in a situation?
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Well, I think you only have a few seconds left, but...
That's fine then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I now go to the Liberals for 5 minutes. Chris Biddle.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Dr. Berkowitz, in a study from 2020, you indicated that Canadian creators are rocking it on YouTube. In the study, you say 70% of channels eligible for monetization, minimally requiring 1,000 subscribers, reported earning some form of revenue. And from this group of eligible YouTubers who earn revenue, 60% generate $10,000 or less. Is that correct?
I think you're quoting from the 2019 Watch Time Canada study.
Perhaps. I could be, that's why I'm asking. So it's from 2019, not 2020.
Yes.
Okay, when you say 60% of 70%, does that mean 30% of eligible channels earn $0, or how are we dividing up this number if that's not correct?
Okay, so the study, and actually we did update that during the pandemic, so you may be quoting from a CMF article that I co-wrote. So anyway, YouTube, we found there was 160,000 Canadian entrepreneurs on YouTube. Only 25% of those, or 40,000 of those, are actually a part of the partner program, eligible, as you mentioned, for monetization. So then we only measured the monetization of those channels. So then it would be the percent of the percent. Is that? I'm not sure if I'm clarifying.
Sure. So sorry, that was 40,000 out of 160,000?
Yes.
Okay, so 3/4 of them earn nothing then? 3/4 of them earn nothing?
So, 3/4 of them earn nothing. Yes. Okay, so 3/4 of them earn nothing. Yes.
So 3/4 of them earn nothing? Okay, so 3/4 of them earn nothing? Okay, so 3/4 of them earn nothing?
a lot of them are struggling. And it's interesting when we found that the Canadian YouTube revenue picture, there's also a chart in the study about that. Most Canadian YouTubers have a revenue mix, brand deals, pan media, other books, etc. And fascinatingly, a number of channels that aren't even eligible for the partner program do report revenue based on these alternate sources of revenue.
Okay,
they are.
So if I can interrupt, I'm sorry, I have a limited amount of time. So if a very small portion of Canadians are actually earning revenue on YouTube, most of them, of that small percent, are making less than $10,000. How can we say that they're rocking it when they're making less than the median income of a traditional artist?
Well, because I think we also have, I think 15% earning, let me just get these numbers for you.
15% earning more than $50,000, but that's 15% of 25%.
But then
you're telling us.
Yeah. But I also think that this is a very new platform. We're only talking about 15 years old for this amount of economic activity. And I do think that Canadians are rocking it on YouTube. They are the #1 exporters of 91 countries. And there is an exuberancy to keep growing this new world way of earning money. And remember, this only relates to YouTube, not TikTok, Instagram, and the other platforms.
Well, TikTok doesn't pay its Canadian artists, but moving on, there's a study from the United States, Time to Face the Influencer Pay Gap, and it showed a substantial pay gap between BIPOC creators and white creators, and like 29% difference. And if you focus, and again, this is the United States, focus on just on white and black influencers, it widens to 35% difference. Have you encountered in your study at all the substantial difference between Black, Indigenous persons of color versus white creators, and how that works? Again, all under the scope of YouTube earning about $29 billion in ad revenue last year.
30 seconds.
Just to say that YouTube has no information about the off-platform revenue, so we wouldn't know that, but we do have a number. We do love the diversity picture on YouTube, and that is obviously something that needs more study. That's very concerning. But we have Notorious Cree, Evan Fong, Lily Singh, Gigi Gorgeous.
Thank you. We're out of time. I'm going to go now to the Bloc Québécois, Martin Champeau, for 2.5 minutes. Martin?
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Madame Gay, je reviens avec vous tout à l'heure.
Madame Gay, we talk about we wonder if we trust the CRTC to manage online activities. You're saying that we have to reinforce this trust into the CRTC. Last year, Ian Scott, the chair of the CRTC, said that we have to make a distinction between internet regulation and broadcasting regulation, broadcasting on the internet. According to you, you think the CRTC has what it needs to regulate the internet and to target broadcasting? And how can we increase public trust into the CRTC? Thanks for the question. I think that the CRTC for tens of years has been managing broadcasting activities.
I think it would be able to do that for internet. Obviously, there have been a number of suggestions. Pierre Trudel, others have suggested how we could approach this. So I think that this isn't an insurmountable challenge. I think that the CRTC can do this. With respect to confidence. This has been raised a number of times. There are going to be challenges for sure. We have a suggestion to make because right now there are powers in the legislation that are important. Perhaps we can help people who don't have confidence in the CRTC gain it. And that might be to be able to refer it to decisions to the Governor and Council. Yes, I suggested that, but it was rejected. How can we convince the Liberals and Conservatives to accept that suggestion? Well, maybe we need to look in the past at how many appeals there have been made. In fact, it has happened very few times. So I think we can remember the 2017 case where the CRTC decided not to define the what constituted original music and so for French language productions. And so there was an appeal, and then that was heard, and there was a change made. So I think that this is the kind of process that could be used where people have concerns. If the CRTC does not fulfill its mission or goes overboard. So I think this is something that could certainly meet the concerns of Ms. Berkowitz and others regarding YouTube. I think there needs to be a process that people can use, and that would reassure people. And that could restore trust. Yes, thank you.
For 2.5 minutes, Peter Julian.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to go back to Mr. Skolnick because he didn't wasn't given enough time, I think, to answer the first question around concerns about discrimination of the streaming platforms, basically refusing certain content. Those concerns, but I also wanted to add another question to the mix, Mr. Skolnick, which is around the issue of employment. We look at Section 3(1)(f). It basically gives foreign streaming platforms less obligations in terms of Canadian employment than Canadian companies. I wanted to know if that is a concern of yours as well.
Yeah, and it does appear to do that. I don't even know if that's the intent, but we're very concerned about that possibility. And what it does, to use the expression, the lowest common denominator, it creates the possibility for broadcasters, for example, and to a certain extent, those who produce, to create the lowest common denominator. Because if I'm a producer and I've got to compete with somebody who's putting a program on platforms and I want to get Canadian content on, and we don't have the same standards as to what inherently is Canadian and what needs to be done in order to satisfy the obligations for Canadian content or Canadian participation, then I'm going to want the same thing as the other guys do. So we're very concerned that the standard remain at a high level, and that everybody who wants to take advantage of and must take advantage of the Canadian content and is obligated to provide that percentage has the same regulations, so that we do not lower our own domestic producers' obligations by saying, okay, we're going to be fair. We are fair. We're going to make it the same for everybody, and that is a big concern. Employment is an issue. You know, we're pleased that we're very pleased that the foreigners come here and they produce here and they actually help a lot in the training, but it doesn't take away the fact that that we need to be altruistic about this. We need to say, hey, we have to tell our own stories and we'd like to take advantage of it. These are not mutually exclusive things. We want both, and we can get both, and we've had a history of getting both. Look at the Juno rules and look what they've done. That's all we're asking for. Keep things going, keep them the same way, and keep them Canadian.
Thank you. And that wraps up this round. And I would like to thank the witnesses for coming and having such patience, answering questions. It is a complex issue. And I would like to thank the committee and say we have a half an hour in which we have a health break. And I'll see you back at 2:30. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Same. This meeting, and I will just again remind you that there are a couple of things to remember. Please wait until I recognize you by name before speaking. For those of you participating by video conference, click on the microphone icon to activate your mic, and please mute yourself when you're not speaking. Interpretation for those on Zoom, you have the choice at the bottom of your screen. You will see a globe that is for interpretation. You can go into English or in French, whichever you would like. And a reminder that all questions should be addressed to the chair. And so we are meeting again to discuss Bill C-11. I would like to begin with the first witness. Witnesses, I just wanted to remind you, you each have 5 minutes for your organization to present, and then we go into question and answer rounds. So I will begin by calling you by name, and you can begin your 5 minutes, beginning with the Association Québécoise d'Industrie du Disque, du Spectacle et de la Vidéo, with Eva Paré, who is the Executive Director, and Marie-Julie Desrochers, Director of Institutional Affairs and Research. I don't know which of you will be speaking, so I shall just let you begin. For 5 minutes, please.
Thank you for allowing us to speak today about Bill C-11. My colleague Marie-Julie Desrochers is here with me today. She is the Director of Institutional Affairs and Research at ADISC. In Canada, 95% of Francophone music production is done by independent companies, which is unique in the world because everywhere else, major companies dominate the market. The Broadcasting Act has been a key element of this miracle for decades. It is thanks to the Broadcasting Act that our music has been able to develop and restructure itself and reach audiences. On commercial radio, 2 out of 3 songs are in French in the French-speaking markets. There are hundreds of English-speaking channels, and our music has been able to carve itself a valuable place despite protests from the companies. On TV, music programs are broadcast almost weekly on our generalist, on private and public channels. This is in large part possible because of broadcasters, especially Musique Action and Fonds Radio Star. They're dedicated to funding production and marketing of French language music. And it has allowed many careers to take off and develop both in Canada and internationally. The effects are quite impressive. 50% of music purchases by Quebecers are dedicated to local artists. That's because they are exposed to that music. People like local music and they choose it. But of course, music consumption is changing. There's traditional media, but online media are becoming increasingly dominant. A survey in 2022 demonstrated that 60% of the Quebec population cites radio as a tool for discovering music. And 61% of people now listen to music through online services. And unlike traditional media, online services are unregulated. And so the effects are waning. At ADISC, we measure what Quebec population listens to online every week. Barely 8% of the tracks listened to online are in French, and so we have to act now. So we are proposing an analysis based on 2 angles. First, the bill must put an end to the unjustifiable inequity that undermines our ecosystem by treating traditional and online businesses differently. The balance that we are seeking must not lead to a race to the bottom. We have to support traditional media, which is crucial, and support online businesses. That must be added. We have to have a bill that secures the Canadian character of traditional businesses, protects minority languages, and includes a strong objective using Canadian resources. And finally, it must be technologically neutral to include all the services that have an impact on Canadian cultural sovereignty now and in the future. The CRTC must also be given the financial and resources in order that are necessary to fulfill its mission. The CRTC won't have too much power. It just will be adequately equipped to counterbalance the excessive power currently in the hands of foreign companies. We sometimes hear that the cultural milieu defends the interests of a handful of creators and producers. That is a false way of seeing the attachment of citizens to their culture. In the surveys mentioned, we learned that 70% of Quebec population listens to music that they like that there is music offered in Quebec that is in French. And 73% of them think that the government should adopt legislation to ensure that listening services contribute to its funding, such as Apple Music or Spotify. The work you'll be doing in the coming weeks will benefit citizens as much as creators. Supporting the diversity of cultural expression means encouraging freedom of expression, increasing consumer choice, and working to strengthen our democracy. For C11 to deliver on its promise, we need a strong bill that includes all the services active in our ecosystem that will provide Canadians with agile regulation. Thank you.
Madam Chair, you're on mute.
I'm sorry. Open Media, Matthew Hatfield, for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Matt Hatfield, and I'm the campaigns director at Open Media, a grassroots community of over 200,000 people in Canada that work together for an open, accessible, and surveillance-free internet. I'm speaking to you from the unceded territories of the Stolo, Tsleil-Waututh, Squamish, and Musqueam nations. Open Media is not made up of academics or lawyers. We're a citizens group. I'm here today to ask that you ensure the Online Streaming Act respects the choices and freedom of expression of ordinary citizens. The internet works nothing like traditional broadcasting. I say that knowing full well we're gathered to discuss a Broadcasting Act reform bill, which gives the CRTC, a broadcasting era regulator, the power to treat internet content as if it were broadcasting. But holdover ideas from the radio and television era are the reason for the deep confusion you've run into as a committee in trying to keep Bill C11 and its predecessor, Bill C10, from seriously overstepping the government's intent. Traditional broadcast was a top-down system in which the wishes and preferences of Canadians could not be directly expressed. Our only choice was to watch what a broadcaster chose to air on a few dozen channels or to not watch at all. No one gave us a chance to share our own thoughts and voice outside a few proud local community stations with limited reach. The internet is utterly different than that. Every day, each of us makes hundreds of choices between millions of channels and pieces of content online. And many of us take on the next step and share our words, jokes, and passions back into that system through the same distribution platforms. We're not passive recipients of the internet. We're active participants in crafting the feeds we want. We follow the individual creators we like, and we use platforms like Patreon or YouTube to earn revenue from our fellow internet users. Treating the broadcasting system and modern internet as fundamentally similar would seem like a joke if the consequences were not so potentially serious. We've heard for over a year that Bill C10 and C11 would never regulate user content. Minister Guilbeault's team pretended that excluding users personally as legal entities meant their content was safe from CRTC regulation. That was untrue. Minister Rodriguez's team is telling us that they fixed it and that user content is now excluded. But last week, CRTC Chair Ian Scott confirmed that is not true, and their content is still subject to CRTC regulatory control under Bill C11. You need to fix this. We understand that the CRTC believes it has always had the power to regulate our user audiovisual content online. That's a theoretical position, and it doesn't matter very much to ordinary Canadians. Concretely, you are now considering a bill in which the CRTC will explicitly take up and use very broad regulatory powers it has never exercised before over the internet. The minimum safeguard you must adopt would be ensuring that user-generated content is fully, plainly, and definitively excluded from CRTC regulation. Section 4.12, which re-includes most of our content in the CRTC's control, is the heart of the problem. The three criteria laid out do not meaningfully protect any of our content. More or less everything earns revenue online. Everything has unique identifiers attached to it. And all major online platforms are going to be broadcasting undertakings registered with the CRTC. All we're really getting from the government right now is a flimsy promise that the CRTC won't misuse this astonishing expanded power, and a policy direction they won't even let Canadians see yet. That's not good enough. Policy directions can be changed at will, which means at any time, a future government could issue new CRTC guidance requiring they regulate our posts directly. Our online rights must be legally entrenched, not informally promised. Canadians need Section 4.12 to be removed altogether, or for much more definite limitations to be placed on it. You must clearly exclude all of our podcasts, TikToks, YouTube channels, and social media posts from this bill. Leaving this dangerous loophole clause this wide open is not responsible. It's leaving a door ajar for future mass censorship of Canadians' personal online expression. While respecting the content we produce, our government must also respect our right to freely choose the content we consume. We would never tolerate the government setting rules specifying which books must be placed in front of our bookstores, but that's exactly what the discoverability provision in Section 9.11 of C11 is currently doing. Manipulating our search results and feeds to feature content the government prefers instead of other content is gross paternalism that doesn't belong in a democratic society. Any promotion requirement on platforms for government-selected CanCon should respect our choices and limit itself to optional or opt-in results, not mandatory quotas. People in Canada are looking to see whether public officials like yourselves are going to defend our fundamental rights. Since last year, Open Media community members have sent over 53,000 individual emails to our MPs and the Department of Heritage on Bill C10 and C11. While our community is interested in seeing Canadian stories told in the 21st century, it cannot come at the price of a blank check to the CRTC to take regulatory authority over our audiovisual posts, or having the government decide what we should be watching and listening to. We urge you to fix Bill C11's overreaching on both these fronts before the bill leaves your hands. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Madam Chair, I think you're on mute again.
Sorry. Mr. Cox, Kerwin Cox, Executive Director for Quebec English Language Production Council. Mr. Cox, for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the Standing Committee, thank you for giving us this opportunity to meet you and express our support for C11, which is desperately needed and long overdue. We hope Parliament passes this legislation as soon as possible. I'm Kerwin Cox. My colleague is Kenneth Hirsch from the Quebec English Language Production Council. We represent the English language film, TV, and media production industries in Quebec. Our objective is to increase the production of films and television by the official language minority in Quebec, which unfortunately is now at its lowest level in history. QEPC strives both to increase the vitality of English programming in Quebec and to support Canadian content in both official languages across the country. Today, we will focus on the official language minority elements of the Act. We are very pleased to see that the official language minority measures adopted by this committee in Bill C10 and passed by the House of Commons have again been proposed by the Minister in Bill C11. Not since the original Official Languages Act was passed over 50 years ago has any legislation been so important to the vitality, if not the survival, of both official language minorities than C11 as now written. We hope you will support these measures that are so important to us, to our French colleagues, and to the larger Canadian cultural sector.
Thank you, Kerwin. I'm Kenneth Hirsch, the co-chair of the Quebec English Language Production Council. That said, we do have concerns with the terminology used in C11. We want to be sure the language in the Act is clear and unambiguous. The nomenclature that appeared in Bill C10, quote, official language minority communities in English and communauté de langue officielle en situation minoritaire in French, has been replaced in Bill C11 by the expression, quote, English and French linguistic minority communities in English and minorités francophones et anglophones du Canada in French. Thus, the French version of the new wording proposed in BC11 removes the word community, which is an important concept for organizations working for these communities and which distinguishes them from the majority. To avoid these problems, we would propose that Bill C11 return to the term originally used in Bill C10 and which we prefer, that is, quote, official language minority communities, and in French, communauté de langue.
The community of language, linguistic minorities and official languages.
In addition, C11 should expressly define these minorities as English-speaking communities within Quebec and French-speaking communities outside Quebec. We thank you for your time and look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hirsch. And I will go to the next group of witnesses, Unifor, with Randy Kitt and I think Olivier Carrière. 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and provide comment today. I'd like to acknowledge that I am on the unceded territories of the Haudenosaunee and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Unit 4 is Canada's largest private sector union, with more than 310,000 members across Canada working in 20 economic sectors. Our union represents more than 10,000 media workers, including 5,000 members in the broadcast and film industries. In 2009, Red Deer loses their TV station, making them the biggest city in Canada not beside a metropolitan centre that doesn't have a TV station. Since then, employment in private conventional television has decreased by more than 30%. This committee got it right in a 2017 report when you talked about the importance of local news and its role in holding power to account, strengthening democracy and building community. Community has never been more important. Social media has proven to divide us, pitting neighbor against neighbor. We are more polarized than ever, but a strong Canadian media can build community. This committee said local media perform a functional civic role by supplying reliable, timely, and unbiased information on community affairs. They ensure public and private institutions are held to account. The media also reflect our country's diversity. They build bridges between cultures and support the integration of newcomers. You also said we recognize the challenges the media face and we believe that steps must be taken to help them navigate this tumultuous period. Therefore, the committee has developed the following statement on principle. Given the media's importance as a reflection of Canada's diversity and a pillar of our democracy, the Government of Canada must implement the necessary measures to support the existence of a free and independent media and local news reporting. Olivier?
Merci.
Thank you. My name is Olivier Carrière from Unifor. I'd like to continue from what Randy was saying. In 2009, the local Programming Improvement Fund was created. The problem was obvious back then. The CRTC had understood that the solution had to be a fund to support local production. In 2014, however, the CRTC changed their opinion, and all of a sudden we no longer needed this fund because advertising funds had come back, but they were wrong. 8 years later, there's been an important decline, and we see that the American media is dominating in our living rooms, and they pay absolutely no attention to local programming or local news. And that's why we cannot let the CRTC alone make this decision. We need an amendment to Bill C11. At Unifor, we support the bill, but with the following recommendation. We would like to amend the section 11.11, small d. We would like to add an amendment to add a fund. So to develop, fund, produce, and promote local news and information programming, establishing there would be online we would like to establish regulations for the distribution of these contributions. The Commission would take into consideration the local presence and staff of programming. This is fundamental, and we have to link funding to local news to staff and to the local staff that is necessary to produce this news. For us, it is the most reliable way to ensure that the industry funds are spent exclusively on the purpose for which they were intended. Canadians receive relevant and timely local news that they rely on. And the Broadcasting Act was created to defend Canadian voices in a market that would not support them otherwise. And that is still true today. C11 is just an update. It's a modernization, if you will. The local news model has been disrupted and deserves special attention. Randy?
Thank you. The Broadcasting Act and
Mr. Kitt, you have 30 seconds left.
Thank you. The Broadcasting Act and the CRTC prevented foreign broadcasters from entering our market for decades, allowing a thriving media industry that heavily supported local news. This committee got it right again when taking on the Rogers-Shaw merger, when you said it's essential that Canadians have access to local news that reflects their identity and reality. Almost all witnesses in this study said that local news is critical to a strong democracy. So to sum up, local news is in crisis. Local news is essential to the public good. We know that a local news fund administered by the CRTC can work because they've already done it successfully. C11 is just a much needed update to the Broadcasting Act to ensure that Canadians have access to Canadian local programming that couldn't happen if we let these internet giants control our media. So let's not get sidetracked by noise. Let's get C11 passed with this small amendment to ensure a sustainable future for local news. Now let's all imagine a world without news. Imagine that void, and now imagine that you could do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kitt. And now we're going to move into what is known as a question and answer segment. This first round is 6 minutes, and remember that the 6 minutes includes a question and answer, just so that you don't all get away with it. And so what I'd like to do is to start with John Nater from the Conservatives. For 6 minutes, please, Mr. Nater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, thank you to our witnesses this afternoon. It's been great to hear the different opinions and commentary on Bill C11 and suggestions go forward. I'm going to start with my questions to Mr. Hatfield from Open Media, and then I'll probably bounce around and try to hit a few other witnesses afterwards if I have time. I'm sure the chair will give me an extra 2 or 3 minutes at the end just to give you options for extra questions here. But to Mr. Hatfield, you're in an interesting position as your organization because you're not an industry group, you're not a stakeholder group. You're a citizens group. And I think often that perspective, that user perspective, that consumer perspective, that perspective of the general public isn't always heard in these types of discussions, especially when we're getting into the more technical issues, with something like the Broadcasting Act. So I just wanted to give you a chance, off the top to give us that perspective. What is the public saying? I think you mentioned 53,000 Canadians have contacted you and through you, members of Parliament. What's the commentary? What's the message that you're hearing from those who are subscribing to your campaigns?
Yeah, thanks so much. I mean, I think the fundamental message from people is that they're not against there being more funding for Canadian cultural content, but they don't want it to come at the cost of their individual choices or at the cost of their own content potentially being regulated in some ways by the CRTC. There's a lot of ideas that get pushed around how to set the system up equitably. And I think part of what makes the C11 conversation so difficult is there's a lot we don't know about what the government or the CRTC actually intends here. We would have much preferred it if there was much clearer instructions about how the CanCon system was going to be redeveloped in this bill. We recognize some of that can't be done in the legislation, but really we have no idea how 1980s definitions of what is Canadian are going to be updated, who's going to be in, who's going to be out. And we think it should be a fair system, equally accessible to creators creating for every platform across the internet, for online creators as much as for more traditional legacy media. And our concern with the way things are set up right now is it seems to be aimed at sort of a maximalist capture of giving every power to the CRTC with very little clarity about how they're going to be using it. And that's why in my comments today, I've really focused on what I think the most important remaining piece is, which is defending the experience that ordinary internet users have, getting their content fully excluded and getting their feeds left alone.
Thanks for that. And I was going to go a different direction, but then I'm going to go down a different direction now based on some of the comments you just said and about Canadian content, about what is and what isn't. And, you know, I think a concern that has been brought to me privately by a number of stakeholder groups is that no one has seen the policy directive yet from the minister that will go to the CRTC. You know, it's not clear what would be considered Canadian or not Canadian under the new CanCon rules, and which would of course feed into the concept of discoverability and how the CRTC will implement discoverability. And so I guess my question to you would be is how do you what clarity would you like to see? You know, what clarity do you think Canadians would like to see in terms of what would be considered and would not be considered CanCon, and how that would feed into a discoverability system, both on what we consider the streaming platforms, you know, the Netflixes, the Disney Plus, Crave, Amazon, but then also on the other sites, you know, the YouTubes of the world, the TikToks of the world, which do have some commercial content, but also have, obviously primarily user-generated content. So how would you foresee, and what clarity would you like to see in terms of directives from the government?
Well, I'm not going to try to define the future of CanCon on the spot, just because I do think that should run through a public process with a lot of back and forth between people. I think our concern is that the system looks like it's steamrolling to being implemented without taking the seriousness of that redefinition into consideration, and that day one, if it launches, it's not actually going to be about supporting Canadian content or supporting the wide diversity of identities we have in Canada now, and it's going to default to forcing into people's feeds content from the legacy media outlets, from Bell, from the CBC, and some of that's very good content, but people want a lot more of that, a lot more than that from the internet. And certainly they would want to make sure that all the great Canadian creators that they consume now are into the system, and the system is completely unable to support them currently. So we would like to see the point system fixed up so it's accessible to anyone creating Canadian cultural content. And we would like to see the bill set up so that it's not imposing broadcasting regulatory obligations on Canadians in a way that's completely inappropriate, I think, to the goals of the bill.
And so I think I don't want to put words in your mouth, but would it be safe to say as well that the government ought to provide its policy directive sooner rather than later, so that there is at least some level of certainty for Canadians in terms of how this bill will be implemented going forward?
Absolutely. I don't know if that decision's in the hands of this committee, but we'd certainly like to see it as soon as possible.
It's not in the hands of this committee, but certainly some of us have strong views on this committee about that going forward. I want to very briefly
34 seconds.
In 34 seconds to Mr. Hirsch and Mr. Cox. You'd mentioned a significant, not a significant change, but a definition change in terms of official language, minority communities, and changing that definition. If you can, in the 34 seconds or less, can you just tell me what impact that would have on the ground in official language communities in Quebec and across Canada, making that definition change?
Sure. I mean, that's very much in support of our colleagues, our Francophone colleagues outside of Quebec, because in the English part of the definition, it says English and French linguistic minority communities. But in French, it only says minorité francophone et anglophone du Canada. So they feel very strongly, and we support them because it makes common sense that should also incorporate the word community into it. So to distinguish it from the full, because French minority could mean,
Thank you, Mr. Hirsch.
Quebec itself.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Perhaps you can elaborate on that at another time. Now for the Liberals, Anthony Housefather for 6 minutes, please.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I will give Kenneth a chance to elaborate on that right now. First of all, merci beaucoup à tous les témoins. C'est un grand plaisir de vous voir ici.
Thank you to all of the witnesses for being here today.
Last time in C10, we worked very hard to get a considerable number of amendments to support both the official language communities of Canada and the Francophone majority in Quebec into the bill. And we worked collaboratively with all of the different organizations involved to make sure we had the right wording and the right definitions. And in fact, je ne suis pas certain si mon collègue, M. Champoux, se rappelle, mais on a travaillé.
I don't know if Mr. Champoux will remember, but we worked together in order to elaborate definitions that were good in both English and French and said the same thing in both languages. And I see that if there is indeed a problem where there's something in English and we don't say the same thing in French, well, it is incumbent on the committee to find the correct definition.
Just advise everybody, what are the other organizations besides the QEPC that support that change to revert back to the language we used in C10 to use official language minority communities and comité de langue officielle en situation.
The APFC, which is our opposite number organization in French, the FCCF, which is a broader cultural organization representing the French minorities outside, the Quebec Community Groups Network inside Quebec, the English Language Arts Network inside Quebec, and also the CDCE, who you heard from earlier today. If you look at their position, you can see that this is an issue that they raise as well.
So I think that would indicate to me that amendment would have broad consensus with all of the different organizations, English and French speaking, across the country. So I take note of that and thank you. I also want to give you, given the fact that I come from the English speaking minority in Quebec, a chance for you to talk to the committee about how Bill C-11 will support and enhance the ability of the English speaking arts community in Quebec to thrive. And also, since we don't have the French-speaking organizations from outside Quebec today.
Rappel au règlement, Madame la Présidente.
I would like to make a point of order. There is no interpretation.
Not getting okay. Clerk, can we suspend while you? No, not suspend.
C'est bon, c'est revenu. Merci.
Please.
The issue,
is it happening?
Actually, the issue is.
It's back. Thank you.
There's a lot of popping.
Thank you. All right.
Madame la Présidente, l'interprète.
Madam Chair, the interpreter says that Mr. Housefather's sound is causing a problem, so we might do some verifications. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Technicians.
Okay. Did you want to suspend, Madam Chair?
Yes, it's going to take a while. Is that it? All right. I suspend for about 2 minutes?
If that.
Okay, a minute, 1 minute suspend. we'll just start the clock again. Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you, Madam.
Housefather, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, apologies to everyone. That's the first time that headset failed. So I was just asking if Mr. Hirsch and Mr. Cox could talk to us about the challenges that official language minority communities in this country face, and how they would be alleviated by the adoption of C11.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Housefather, and thank you for all your work on this bill and the prior incarnation. I'll start and then I'll throw to Kerwin. You know, the most shocking statistic is that around the turn of the century, this century, so 2000, about 10% of all English language production in the country was done here in Quebec. And now we've fallen below 6%. So we used to be more than a quarter, and now we're about 1/20th of the English language production in Quebec. So that situation has to be reversed. It's impossible to keep the community vital when we're in that kind of free fall. The answer to your question is twofold. I think one is C11 is going to go a long way to saving the Canadian content business across the country. And with this, I think 6 or 7 safeguards that we've been hopefully able to build into the bill for official language minority communities in Quebec and official language minority communities outside Quebec, you know, that will guarantee that our communities and our cousins communities, the French language speakers outside of Quebec, will be able to tell our own stories in our own languages for the foreseeable future. And that, I think, is a necessary and vital step to ensuring the vitality of our communities.
Mr. Cox, did you have anything to add?
Just that that C11, like C10, provides tremendous support for the production of official language minority programming. And it also requires that the CRTC pay close attention and consult with us on the question of what kind of programming we should be doing. And so it's a tremendous step forward and gives us a great step up in terms of where we otherwise would be in trying to reverse the decline that we have been facing. So I guess that's about it.
30 seconds.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have another question for Eve and Marie-Julie. I will ask my questions in the next round.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I move on now for the Bloc Québécois, Mr. Martin Champoux. 6 minutes, please, Martin.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all of the witnesses who are generous enough to share your time with us today. It's very much appreciated. First, I'd like to speak to Mrs. Desrochers and Mrs. Paré from ADISC. One of the subjects that comes up again and again in this discussion on C11, which was the case also when we were studying C10 last year, it's a question regarding the space that creators occupy, those who are more present on digital platforms and online platforms. Of course, you are following this issue very closely. There are amendments that have been proposed and suggested, for example, for platforms like YouTube and TikTok, notably concerning the Article 4.2. What do you think of the article in question, and what do you think of the amendments that are proposed? Is this something that is preoccupying to you? I'd like to hear your opinion on this. Yes, thank you for your question, Mr. Champoux. What we think about the amendments, well, for us, we are maybe not on the right stage with regards to what will and won't be regulated. We would have preferred a much more flexible and wider bill so that the CRTC could have all of the tools in order to gather data and really analyze what the services are doing. Now we have a bill that will help people not be stressed. It will present some boundaries, and of course it will help people feel safe around this, but it is a lot. It's very important for us to not restrict further in this bill, because we don't want this law to be obsolete. We don't want there to be a notion of inequality that is really embedded in this bill, but we can't exclude one of the a part of the online services when some companies will try to use that in their company. Well, then we will be losing the meaning behind all the work that we're doing. So with ADISC, you are an organization that is used to speaking to the CRTC, especially with renewing licenses for traditional media. Tell me about your confidence in the system and your trust. Does that come from your experience? Is the preoccupation of these new players, does that have to do with the fact that they have never had to defend their point of view in front of the CRTC, and they don't understand what could come of these committees? Do you think that they perhaps, with all due respect, they don't really know, these new players, what the system really is like? Well, I don't want to make any presumptions. Of course, I've been writing reports for many years to defend the Quebec music industry, especially the Francophone music industry. And what I've learned is that the CRTC is very prudent when they make decisions. The decisions are always based on data and on facts. That is very clear in their way of regulation. I've never seen the CRTC impose any rules that was completely out of touch with what the consumers do. So as we can see today, only 8% of our music is listened to with streaming services, which is absolutely catastrophic. And well, we know that the CRTC will not say from one day to the next, say that it has to increase to 65%. They will see what the platforms are doing. They can make careers just like television and radio can do that. They can choose artists and give them a push and make the audiences discover them. We have always seen that in Quebec. These platforms know what works. They know their tools and their platforms, obviously. So in front of the CRTC, we would explain to them what the best tools are and what's the way for us to all work together in order to ensure better regulation. But right now, what's important is to maintain flexibility and get a bill that is technologically neutral, because we are going to have this bill for many years, if not many decades. And for example, between C10 and C11, TikTok has boomed in only a few months. So where will we be in 10 years? We don't know. And that's why we have to have the most technologically neutral bill. We talked about it recently with what happened in France with regards to the regulation of platforms, and there are some fear-mongering campaigns. I don't want to put any words in your mouth, but I feel like there's a bit of a fear-mongering campaign when we talk about people's freedom of expression and these kinds of terms. Do you feel like we are maybe putting creators up against the wall by using these kinds of words? Well, I don't want to speak for them, but the arguments that are used right now with regards to censorship, threats, the reduction of the choice of consumers, these are arguments that platforms often use, and they did that in Europe. We are in touch with organizations that defend creators and advocate for them in the UK and both in Europe, and they have heard the same exact arguments and threats about how we are going to be breaking the internet, legislators not really understanding what they're regulating. And so these arguments are constantly brought up. And of course, we are in the same situation right now. Thank you very much. And I think that my time is up.
Thank you. And I go to Peter Julian for the NDP. 6 minutes, Peter.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Merci à notre...
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our witnesses. I will ask some questions to Mrs. Paré and Mrs. Desrochers. You just said that the platforms have the power to make or break a career. What I want to ask you is, do you trust in this situation where these platforms have this incredible power without any framework? Do you really trust that these platforms will make the right decisions for those careers? And more specifically, if we didn't have this bill and there was nothing, what do you think that ADISC's future would be and the Quebec industries would be? Would there be difficulty for certain artists to get their big break? Thank you for the question. The answer to the first question is, will the platforms use their power in order to make a Quebec artist's career flourish or a Canadian artist? I believe that the answer is no. Of course, ever since we have been talking about this bill, we have been getting a lot closer to these platforms, which is fantastic. But they have been on the market since 2014 and even earlier than that. And until last October, all of these platforms refused to publicize the data on consumption in Quebec. And I don't think that it was necessarily out of ill will, but I think that it's the fact that they simply don't understand that there are two markets. There's a francophone linguistic market in Canada. And if we don't have the data, then we don't understand how music is consumed here. It doesn't react the same way it does in the rest of Canada. And so now we have this data, but there's only one service that accepted to share their data. And I think that this bill allows some of the platforms to realize that the French, Canadian, and Quebec market exists to begin with, which is an incredible step. And I do hope that we will continue to work together in order to get that power, in order to give our artists that push. But of course, we do need a framework. And then the other question, which was, will the artists have a bit of more difficulty? Well, as we've been saying, 2 out of 3 songs on the radio in Quebec are in French. And that means that people then choose our music, whether it's concerts or buying music. With regards to streaming, only 8% is in French. Hardly 5% of it is in Quebec. And so those that are on the radio are the ones that are chosen most. And so traditional media is still the way that most people discover French Canadian music. And so there will be a uniformization and we will all be listening to the same thing, and it won't be our music eventually if we don't have this bill. I'd like to pass on to Unifor and Mr. Carrière. You spoke of local news. I did understand the amendment that you were proposing. However, we also have Bill C-18 that is coming up. And so if I understand correctly, this would be an addition to what is stated in Bill C-18, correct?
The two. This is about broadcasting. Now I know C-18 has made the bill is platform agnostic, which is great. But this isn't about Facebook and Google. This is about Netflix and Amazon. Netflix has the CRTC and successive governments have allowed these foreign broadcasters, foreign streamers to come in to Canada and have completely changed the business model, and advertising revenues are down. And we need a separate fund in this bill for broadcasters. I do envision a day when our C-18 and our C-11 and our journalism tax credits could all combine into one really nice fund. But right now, they're still separate. the Facebook and Google money does not replace what the LPIF in 2009 to 2014 did for broadcast news, which the CRTC took away. We need to replace that, and we need Netflix and the Amazons alike, the broadcasters. Amazon's a BDU, needs to contribute to Canadian local news. It's slipping away, and if we don't do it now and we don't ensure in this act, Bill C-11, that that the CRTC creates a fund, I fear it'll slip further.
Thank you very much for this. And I'd like to thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to go back to you, Mr. Kitt. We heard earlier testimony today. Discrimination or exclusion of Out TV that was simply being excluded from streaming platforms or some streaming platforms, and some concern about that power that they have. We also heard testimony that the web giants from Mr. Payette, that web giants are choosing winners and losers, and you've raised the issue of local news as well. Are you concerned with what would happen if this legislation wasn't being brought forward? It's simply some of the concerns that were raised this morning obviously would continue.
Oh, absolutely. I said in 1999 that this had to happen, and when I was local president in 2009, we submitted a submission to the CRTC saying that they absolutely had to regulate the internet. There's broadcast over the internet is broadcasting, and it needs to be regulated. And I sort of use the analogy. We have sort of advocated for a revenue threshold, which would, I think, sort of take care of all of the concerns that, say, Mr. Hatfield would have. Let's say that was $10 million. I'd say if you're posting cat videos on YouTube or TikTok and you're making $10 million, we should have some Canadian cats. That's all I'm saying.
Mr. Kitt, on that humorous note, I would like to move on. I think we're going now to a second round of questions, and those are for 5 minutes. So once again, it still holds 5 minutes for questions and for answers. And so we will begin with the Conservative Party, and it would be Ms. Thomas. However, Ms. Thomas, you are required to have a House of Commons headset. Do you have one with you? We cannot hear you, Ms. Thomas. We cannot hear you. Do you have a House of Commons headset? Can you hear me? We cannot hear you. I'm afraid we cannot hear you, Ms. Thomas.
Madam Chair, if I might, perhaps we could go to Mr. Uppal for this slot, and we can perhaps come back to Ms. Thomas in a future slot.
Thank you, Mr. Nader. So, Mr. Uppal, for 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Happy to jump in. I'm just going to go to Matthew from Open Media. When Bill C-11 was released, you put on your website, treating the internet like cable television was a bad idea last year, and it's a bad idea now. The Online Streaming Act continues to give the CRTC the power to use sorely outdated 1980s ideas about what Canadian content is to control what shows up on your online feeds and what it does. We also heard today from the former vice chair of the CRTC that he believes it'll take up to about 5 years for the CRTC to put together the expertise, the tools that it needs to regulate this for what it's being asked to do in C-11. So can you elaborate on why the rules designed for old television systems are not compatible for today's digital media landscape?
Sure. I mean, I think that connects to, in a sense, some of what we're hearing from the other witnesses here. You know, we're hearing a lot about revenue and the struggles of being in the industry. I don't think we're considering enough what it's like to actually be a Canadian internet user and what people actually want from their services. So, you know, do people want to have a quota imposed on their content where when I search for Canadian cats and I get 30% Canadian cats must appear in my feed? I don't think people want that. I think people have an interest in making sure that there is some support available for the production of Canadian culture, but they don't want it crammed on them. They don't want it forced into all their search results. They don't want it forced into all their feeds. And the reality is that the majority of the uses people make of the internet today are not parochial. They're not focused on exclusively Canadian concerns. They're about connecting to a whole global community around many, many different things. So in terms of, I mean, I don't know if we're speaking past each other or actually circling the same thing, but I think that Canadians ultimately want something that expands their choice, not that limits their choice. And the kind of really heavy-handed provisions that certainly in C10 and to a degree in C11 as well are still here are about limiting people's choices, are about manipulating the options that people get. I mean, as I said in my opening remarks, we would never, ever consider a situation where the Canadian government would go to Canadian bookstores and say, like, we've thought about what Canadians need, and these are the types of titles we want you to put in your front window. And yet, through the discoverability requirements that we have in this legislation, that seems to be what we're doing through this legislation. It's inappropriate. It's an overreach. And so if we're supporting Canadian content, it needs to be in ways that are actually respectful of and responsive to what people in Canada actually want.
Thank you. Now, much of the discussion around C11 has been about the discoverability of Canadian content, the new era of streaming services. Even though, we have not heard a clear definition provided on discoverability yet. In your view, is Canadian content currently discoverable for Canadians?
I guess it depends on the nature of your feed and what you're looking for. I mean, people have done experiments searching for Canadian artists on major streaming sites, and they tend to be very easy to find. I think what many people from the industry are asking for is making it easier to find feeds that highlight Canadian content. And a feed that specifically highlights Canadian content, we're not opposed to if it's opt-in, if it's voluntary, if it's something that Canadian users can choose to take part in, or if I'm searching for music from somewhere else in the world or cultural content from somewhere else in the world, I will not have that forced on me. It will not be a mandatory part of the search algorithm on platforms. So that's what we're asking for here.
Okay, and I've had asked previous witnesses as well before about, we talk a lot about Canadian culture and the diversity and trying to use C11 to protect that. But I've heard from, call it third language or ethnic cultural news outlets and cultural media, social media creators who are saying that they're concerned about C11 because they might cut them out because of a lot of their content. Some of it is collaborated with international content. Some of it is, it's local, but it's sort of produced internationally. Do you think the CRTC can properly regulate that so Canadians continue to see and connect with other countries? I mean, I know that it's important for me. It's important for my kids to be able to connect with, Punjabi culture and Sikh faith. And we use a lot of online content to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have very serious concerns about how that's going to be
22
done.
seconds.
I think we need to look at not just what will happen to Canadian creators under this bill, but what will happen to their non-Canadian audiences. So if France adopts a similar bill to this, that would actually be devastating for French-Canadian creators.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I'm going to go to the Liberal Party for 5 minutes. Michael Coutu.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. And thank you so much to all of our witnesses today. I do have a question for Ms. Perret. But before I do that, I just want to say, listening to the conversation and, being someone who grew up in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and, having a lot of Canadian content on radio, a lot of good Canadian content on cable, on public, I think it just made me a better person.
J'ai un autre appel au règlement. Je suis désolé.
Sorry, another point of order. Sorry to interrupt. But once again, the quality of the interpretation or the quality of the sound is not adequate for the interpreters to be able to do their jobs.
You want me to unplug and try to... It sounds... I haven't changed anything.
I will pause, Michael, and maybe we can have the clerk find out what's going on from the technicians.
I'm sorry, did you say suspend, Madam Chair? And I will come right back.
Suspend, please, everyone. Thank you.
It seems today there's a lot of challenges with the headsets.
A lot of challenges. Excuse me, before I start my clock, so you can begin, I would like to say that, one of the things that is always requested of everybody is that you use your House of Commons computer and you use the House of Commons headset. This may actually be preferable if we don't want to keep stopping. And the point is not only we lose the time, I restart the clock, but we lose the time on the big clock because we must finish here by 4:30. So, we need to remember that all of these little glitches aren't cute. They're just
as a point, Madam Chair, this is everything's government issued here that I'm using, just so you know that.
No, I know, but I think the House of Commons computer is quite different, and it works differently with the House of Commons headset. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, please start, Mr. Housefather.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am also using a House of Commons computer and my House of Commons headset, and I was before as well. And I think Mr. Coteau is so. Anyways, I appreciate your comments. J'aimerais commencer à Eve et Marie-Julie, si c'est possible.
I'd like to start with Eve and Marie-Julie. Can you tell us more about how Francophone culture would be better protected with an amendment to Bill C-11? How would it protect it in Canada and in Quebec? Well, the Broadcasting Act is responsible for how Quebec has been successful. Half of the music that is bought in Quebec is Francophone. We have French, Quebecer music on the radio, on Stingray, and so on. And so the soundtrack of our lives, if you will, is in our language. It has all of our accents and all of their diversity. And so to continue the Broadcasting Act to bring it into the online streaming services, it's not about telling people what to buy. We don't want to prevent anybody prevent them from listening to what they want to listen to. We just want to make sure that among what is proposed when the platforms are, making recommendations, that among those recommendations, there are local suggestions and recommendations. I think that this is a great opportunity to have this kind of personalization. Our algorithm's not a great opportunity to make sure that more local music is discovered locally. It would allow people who love metal to discover or Quebec metal. We sometimes say that there's some restrictions. 900 albums were launched last year. 15 to 30 video clips are broadcast on the Palmarès à Disques platform. Those are local artists. I'm sure that there is an audience for them in Quebec. And all we're asking is that an effort be made so that these platforms recognize that this content does exist and that people like this content. And I would like to repeat, we did ask Léger, the survey firm, they asked people who consume music if they like to have recommendations that are local, and 70% said yes. So it's not just a handful of people. It's really the population of Quebec that says, I like it when you suggest local things. Don't just do it on the radio. Understood. And that is also in line with what I'm hearing from Quebecers. We also talked about the policy that will be coming out. Many think that there should be a consultation process before we come out with the guidelines, and not just a consultation on the government side, but also with the CRTC. Do you think that it's important for a group like yours be consulted before the policy is finalized? Well, yes, We would love to contribute as much as possible with data, with our arguments, and so on, to any form of public consultations. Another question, you spoke of some amendments that you'd like to see. Can I ask you maybe your top 2 priorities with regards to amendments that we could study? Well, the first is that we support everything that the coalition has proposed. We would like to, the imposition that anything that has to do with the CRTC, well, for us, the public consultations is very important to us. It gives power to civil society, and it brings us all together. We all have different opinions, especially today, but the fact that we might keep public consultations that talk about funding and so on, I think that's very important. And the return of the governor is a democratic process that is important. So that's all. These are measures that allow the population to keep their voice.
Thank you very much, Ms. Perret. And now I go to Mr. Shampoo for 2.5 minutes, please.
Thank you. 2.5 minutes is quite short, but I would like to speak with Mr. Hadfield. I understand when you are in a world that isn't regulated, then it's very worrying when we try to regulate that sector. I understand why you're apprehensive. That said, when I listen to the arguments that are brought up, especially with regards to the process that the CRTC has used before regulation, so the consultations, do you think that ultimately you would be able to take advantage of this regulation? I'd like to expand on that. We talk a lot about algorithms as a tool for discoverability, but we don't necessarily have to play in the algorithms in order to put forth new artists. We could use other measures. So that might be something very interesting for the CRTC when speaking of regulation. Do you not think that you would actually benefit from this regulation as opposed to it being a hindrance?
I mean, certainly we will continue to engage at every stage of this process, throughout the CRTC consideration, throughout redefining CanCon, throughout implementing this legislation. That said, I mean, good legislation is not about biting off as much as you possibly can and then setting some policy directions later. The scope that is still left open in this legislation is absolutely astonishing. And we would much prefer to see some tighter legal limits applied before we move to that next stage, which would give us and everyone in Canada some confidence that this was not going to go very off the rails. Some of my colleagues here started talking about TikTok and how TikTok's emerged fairly recently as a major force. TikTok is not broadcasting. It is very clearly user individual expression. The government has no business regulating content like that under this legislation. And for that matter, when we talk about who benefits under these systems, the majority of TikTok creators are creating for people outside of their country. That's true in English, it's true in French, it's true in most of the world's languages. The only way to force Canadians to consume mostly Canadian content through a system like that would be to really firewall them off from the rest of the world. And that's not in anyone's interest. That's not even in the interest of Canadian creators who would be gutted and shut off from access to most of the rest of the world through that system. So of course, we'll continue to engage, but we think things like revenue targets and further limitations to exclude user content now are really important at this stage.
Par exemple, des précautions.
But for example, some precautions in the law that would say that the law or the bill has to be, reviewed every 5 years or something like that. Would that not be making it feel a bit more safe? It wouldn't. These should be comforting, and let's trust the system and
think we might want to get that answer the next time round. I'm sorry, we've finished the time. All right, thank you, Ms. Hatfield. And we go to Peter Julian for 2.5 minutes, please, Peter.
Thanks very much. I'd like to come back to Mr. Kitt and come back to the issue of local news. I mean, of course, we've seen across this country a loss of employment. It does mean, as you mentioned at the beginning of Unifor's presentation, that what it is doing is pulling apart the links that unite communities when there's not the same degree of local news available. There is you put forward a case for your amendment. I would also like to mention the concerns that have been expressed by some witnesses around Clause 3.1f, where the employment provisions within C11 are less for foreign-owned streaming platforms than it is for Canadian broadcasters. So I'd like you to comment on those two issues, if you could.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. Employment obviously is a big issue for Unifor. Our members work in media and work in local news and also work in the film industries. And, when we talk about local news, the only real way to ensure that local news is funded correctly is we talk about feet on the street. We talk about reporters, we talk about editors, we talk about, people in our communities writing about the things we need written about and shooting the things we need shooted about. So employment is extremely important, and it's important that, I think when we talk about foreign services and employment, it's different when we talk about Canadian news, because we don't want foreign news services in this country. We want Canadian news services in this country, and it has to be funded correctly, and that funding has to go to feet on the street and journalism and making sure that our communities are bound together, and it's done so in a way that's that money that flows to these organizations goes to news and ensures that it goes to news. And that's when we talk about in our presentation that the money is earmarked for local news. And there's the CRTC has been engaged in a process to ensure we only see aggregate numbers, of course, and this is a similar issue with C18 that Unifor has raised with accountability and the money that is received through these funds, that it goes to local news. And I guess if we know that in the CMF, for instance, Canadian Media Fund, when funding is received for a film, that film is made, and we know that that product is there. And it's the same for local news. If local news receives funding, that money goes to feet on the street.
Thank you, Mr. Kitt. I go now to the Conservatives for 5 minutes. John Nater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, thank you for the answers thus far. I want to start with Mr. Hatfield as well and follow up on something you mentioned in response to a question from Mr. Shampoo about you use terminology, basically firewalling parts of Canada, prevent international participation effectively. And I just was wondering if you could follow up a little bit more about this. And I'm thinking about Canadian creators, Indigenous Canadians, Indigenous peoples, persons with disabilities, people from racialized communities who have found success through online means of basically exporting Canadian created content internationally, and how Bill C-11 might impact that ability to reach that global market, especially for very important groups that may not find that success domestically, but have found that reach globally thanks to online means.
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of traditional broadcasting legislation, I think it's fair to say, was built on a fear that we would be swamped by primarily American content if left to our own devices. And in the modern internet, it's not really the US that is dominating that for us. We are participating in a global system in which we experience content from creators all around the world, and in which our creators, many of them, most of them I would say, find most of their success outside of Canada. So The reason that's relevant here is that it's very risky actually for a small country like Canada to encourage this kind of model of prioritizing your own content. The benefits are pretty meager if we make it work for our local content, and the risk if a larger country like France were to do the same thing is enormous to us. We're talking about the majority of revenue that many people creating that kind of content could stand to lose, or at least have their content downgraded and earn less of that revenue. So we just think it's a risky approach that we shouldn't be embracing here.
And I guess it kind of goes back to that message that Open Media provided earlier about the challenges of those participating user-generated content that aren't professional, aren't amateur, are in that kind of middle territory, making some money online, but don't necessarily have that they wouldn't qualify for CanCon provision, so can't access that, but yet nonetheless are going to be potentially harmed or at least not benefited from the new rules. So I just if you could provide some comments on that kind of that segment of the online community, that person who makes some monetary gains online, but falls out of both categories, so had the worst of both worlds in that scenario.
Yeah, exactly. So as we've said elsewhere, we think in an ideal situation, people that are in that sort of intermediate category you spoke of, those people should be able to access CanCon financial support, whatever is available there, either currently or under the new system, but they shouldn't be subject to the full parameters of broadcasting regulation. And our concern with where we are today, based off the lack of clarity about where the CanCon process is going, and also based off the fact that user-generated content is still plainly included, is that the opposite is true. Those people look like they may be subject to broadcast regulation and completely locked out financially from future CanCon support, which is just completely wrong-headed in terms of how to support those small creators.
Yeah, thank you for that. And my next question, I'm going to go both to yourself, Mr. Hatfield, as well as Madame Paré as well. And it's more of a question in terms of where things are at today, and just get your sense of whether before anything is implemented, whether you think there should be some form of research or audit or consultation done on where Canadian content is currently. How are we doing online? How are we? Where are we reaching? Where are we going? And just get your thoughts on whether we should be first determining where we are, where we stand today before implementing any of these new measures.
I think it's a good idea, but I think we should have started this whole process by talking about what CanCon is. What is Canadian content? We think the government's afraid of that question because it's a hard question, and it may have changed significantly in the last 40 years. But without knowing what Canadian content is, it's very hard to calculate it, and very likely that we would be leaving some important folk out if we just revert to more traditional definitions.
17 seconds. John, you want to go for that or what?
Well,
I think we can't, really.
I'll take the 17 seconds, just make the observation that I think that is one of the challenges we're seeing. What we might think of as Canadian content in a subjective standpoint may not be considered Canadian content from an objective context when the CRTC checks the boxes under the TAVCO or the MAPLE system. And I think that might be a concern for many Canadians. And I'm sure we can follow up on this in future rounds or in other venues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, John. And I'm going to go now to Michael Couto for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
How are we doing, Michael? Good?
I'm good. How are you doing? Can you hear me loud and clear now?
We're asking the clerk and the interpreters.
I just need a few more words.
Are the interpreters in the room?
Hello, can you hear me?
No, well, I'm trying to get the interpreters to respond.
Yes, no, they just need a few more words.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Excellent, Mr. Couto. If we could just get a few more words from you so that we could test the sound out.
I hope everyone's having a great day today. And thank you so much for joining us in this very important work.
Clerk, can we get a response, please?
Yes, we are just investigating Mr. Coteau's headset at the moment. Yes, Mr. Coteau, we are going to do the absolute best with the sound quality that we have available to us. So if you could just please speak slowly and clearly, it would be greatly appreciated.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you to the interpreters for their important work as well. I wanted to start off by saying, listening to this conversation over the last, 5 hours, I've thought a lot about growing up in Canada, 70s, 80s, 90s, and turning on the radio and, picking up some Platinum Blonde or Glass Tiger, even before that, listening to 1970s, Canadian content and turning on the television and seeing a lot of that content. I think we would all agree, regardless of what your position is on this specific piece of legislation, that putting forward good Canadian content's good. It's good for Canadians. It actually teaches about our history. It teaches about our present, and it helps us understand where we're going as a nation as well. So I think there is a balancing act that we need to find. And the simple truth is that these big internet giants have become the new delivery of content. They deliver content, from the Amazons and Googles to, YouTube. They deliver content. If you go into any household in this country today, and you talk to a young kid, most of their content's coming from online services. So, we need to build a modern system that's reflective of our values as Canadians, but also that puts in place the realities of today, that the world has changed. So, I do appreciate everyone joining in this conversation. I do have a question for Mrs. Perret, and it's specifically about why is it essential for us to include platforms, social media platforms in C11? And why is the regulatory flexibility under the bill so important to the music sector?
I will let my colleague Marie-Julie Desrochers answer your question. Thank you. So YouTube is a dominant player with regards to listening to music. We have data from surveys that will be published soon, and it shows the importance of YouTube when Quebecers listen to music, but this is all over the world as well that they have this influence. Their first mission, or the mission, is to establish a sort of balance, and we can't include balance and equality in this bill yet exclude these major players. The bill could actually be vulnerable and contestable. Why would we ask Spotify to support our music and we wouldn't ask YouTube to do that? There's no logical reason, because people make the same use of both services. So when one service is used in a certain way and it is used that way in another platform, then we treat them the same. I'm not trying to demonstrate any ill will against these platforms, but they will always try to maximize their profits. And if they think that without complying with the law, they will have bigger profits, then they will do anything that they can to circumvent those laws. So we really have to make sure that they don't adapt themselves around these laws. And there are risks that these platforms try to circumvent those laws. And the law will actually allow us to collect data in order to see what the impact is. Right now we have a survey, but we really should know the amount of users, really.
Okay. I'm going to take the last 30 seconds. I'm very grateful for the answer. I just wanted to, to state there was a bit of discussion on digital first creators and the eligibility. So just, I do know that they are eligible for CMF funding. So that's just something I just want to, put on the record because there was some discussion about that. So thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Michael. And now I think we go to a third round. I think we can do that, given the time we have left. So I'll begin right away with the Conservative Party. And I don't know if Ms. Thomas is able to be on.
Madam Chair, I think it's me. I think I'm the only one right now with a working microphone, so it's stuck with me this time around. But
dear, we're stuck with you, John.
I know.
Okay, go ahead. Begin then. All right, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to follow up on a few points that have been mentioned earlier. First of all, to Madame Desrochers and Ms. Paré, you'd mentioned a survey that's currently being undertaken. And I'm just, I try to listen in French and understand in my second language. I'm not always successful. But could you just clarify who that survey is targeting and who's conducting that survey in terms of YouTube users? If you could just clarify that for me.
Yeah, it's people living in Quebec who are 18 years old and more. And it's been made by Léger for ADISC. And it shows a strong support for the legislation.
Great, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the clarity on that. And if it would be beneficial to the committee, I think, if you'd be willing to share that data once it's completed. And
we have data in our memoir, and we will also share the official survey when we have it.
That's wonderful. I appreciate that. I want to follow up though on another point that was raised earlier by Mr. Hatfield, and I want to direct this to you as well. In terms of the opt-in provisions of discoverability, Mr. Hatfield suggested that from a user experience, there should be a way to toggle that on and off for someone who's looking to seek out Quebecois content or Canadian content. There should be a way that they can toggle that, especially given some of the interest from a user who may be looking for content from outside the borders. Is that something that your organization would support, giving consumers that option to toggle on, toggle off that side of the discoverability?
Je suis pas certaine. I'm not sure if I understand why a creator would want to exclude themselves from the discoverability option. So that is not a question for us.
Just clarify, perhaps. I was thinking more so the consumer, the user of the different online platforms, whether it would be an option for them to toggle on or toggle off their promoted content.
It's not something we would support. But I have to say, we don't expect people to look for content from Quebec. We just expect them to look for content they might like. And sometimes what is proposed happens to be made in Canada or made in Quebec. If we do that the right way, it's the way it works. It's not because you want to listen to something specifically from Quebec. You just want to listen to something good that sounds similar to the other artists that you like and happens to be made in Quebec.
So I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but if I understand correctly, you want the content to be available, especially obviously Quebec content, Quebecois content, but still provide the consumer with the choice to decide whether they click on song X or song Y, depending on what is of interest. Is that correct in my understanding?
On ne veut absolument pas empêcher les gens d'écouter ce qu'ils veulent.
We don't at all want to prevent anybody from listening to what they want to listen to.
Thank you for that. I want to go to Mr. Kitt very briefly from Unifor, and one of your colleagues had made a comment, Howard Law, about discoverability is streaming speak for promotion of content. So I'm just curious if you could kind of expand on that. What we see with all the different platforms, whether it's Google, Netflix, Disney, each has its own unique algorithm, for lack of a better word, that kind of targets what that user experience is. So when you're saying, discoverability is the promotion of content, do you see any way that will have a negative impact? And I'm thinking specifically about Canadian content, where one type of Canadian content would be promoted over another type of Canadian content.
No, and I don't know the context of Howard's comments, but there's been a lot of discussion about discoverability, and I just, we take the position that, like Michael Coteau mentioned earlier, that, Canadian content is important and it ought to be supported, and the discoverability of that content ought to be supported. And the notion that there's a free market internet is, there's nothing is for free. These companies, they target and they design those algorithms for maximum profit, not for my enjoyment viewing. And so, it's important that we ensure that our Canadian content creators are discoverable. I'm not an expert in any means in these matters, so I'll leave that up to computer experts. But I think it's important that Canadian content creators are discoverable.
Well, I think I would agree in the sense that, we want to see Canadian content. I want to enjoy Canadian content. But at the same time, I would be somewhat surprised if none of these platforms took into account the user experience, because you're going to lose subscribers awfully quickly, as we're seeing in some contents or contexts with user experience.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I will go to Lisa Hepner for 5 minutes. Lisa.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to assume everybody can hear me okay. And I would like to direct my questions back at Mr. Kitt with Unifor. Let me just let you expand a little bit on your last comment. You were talking about how it's not really a free market out there, right? There are algorithms, there are companies that are deciding the content. It's not like it's a free-for-all. It's not CRTC imposing rules, but there are companies making the algorithms.
Correct. Again, I'm not an expert on that, so I imagine that we all like to watch good content, and the idea that that people are losing subscribers, maybe that's because there's not enough good content, or that we've watched it all too quickly. I don't know. No, I'm not an expert on algorithms, and I think discoverability is important, but I'm just not an expert.
So let's go back to what you are an expert in. So you're Unifor, you represent journalists and camera people and the people behind the scenes. And so you've seen that there's been a decline in those numbers of people employed in journalism over the past number of years. And I'm wondering if you've seen, we heard earlier today that a very small percentage of YouTubers actually make money on the platform. And of the ones that do make money, 60% of them make less than $10,000 a year, of the ones that make money. Do you think your members, what do you think your members would think of that sort of job opportunity?
Right. No. I don't think we're talking about, when we talk about a revenue threshold for regulating content, we were looking at $10 million. So, I don't think that anyone had any concern, about those types of regulations for TikTok users.
So let me sorry, maybe I wasn't clear, Mr. Kitt. So people making money on YouTube, of the ones that make money, which is a small percentage, 60% of them make less than $10,000 a year. Would a journalist be employed for that amount of money? Is it a viable career option for a uniform member?
Absolutely not.
And so what can you tell us about, you started off your segment talking about how important local news is in our communities, and you said it has never been more important. And I'm wondering if you can expand on that a little bit.
Thank you. Yeah, when we talk about the fund that we're asking for, and we're asking to be enshrined in this act, it's a dedicated revenue stream, and the LPIF between 2009 and 2014 was a fund that took cable company revenues and directed it into local news. From 2015 to 2021, the impact of Netflix and Amazon and the rest was about $400 million, and that is more than the entire expenditures for all of the local news budget, TV news budgets in this country. So it's not an insubstantial amount of money that has been taken away from because of Netflix and Amazon and the rest on the Canadian news ecosystem, and that's the kind of money we need. A portion of that put back into the system so we can adequately fund local news across the country and reach all of our communities. So every community has local television news, and we know what our politicians and what our city councils are up to, and we can build back our communities.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Avec 1 minute qui me reste, je veux demander...
I have 1 minute left.
Madame Paré, you said something to the effect of we have such a strong cultural sector in Quebec and in Canada right now because we've had a Broadcasting Act up until now. What do you see of the future should we not have a revived and renewed Broadcasting Act as Bill C-11 passed in this House? What do you see of our future?
Dans ce triste futur, ce qu'on voit.
In this sad future, what we will see is Francophone Canadian music that is totally marginalized and won't be able to reach their audience, while we do have an audience that says that they do want to discover this music.
Thank you very much, Ms. Paré. And I now go to Martin Champeau for the block for 2.5 minutes, please, Martin.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la...
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will continue on the same wavelength with Madame Paré and Madame Desrochers. We've spoken since the beginning of this meeting of the benefits that showcasing music on the radio has, and how that has helped Quebec artists with regards to their careers, their financial endeavors as well. In your opinion, since we are really going into a digital world, and I mean, I think we can work with a hybrid model for many years, but a stronger amount, a larger amount of the content that we're consuming will be online. Do you feel that these platforms will continue to serve and highlight the artists in the same way it did with the recording industry? There's never one solution for all of the problems in the music industry, but we do think that it is a key element to help our industry. And one of the things we've seen in the surveys that we've done is that those who show very little support for this kind of legislation are young people. And so when people who are not don't see the suggestions for these kinds of music, they don't actually see the importance of this kind of regulation. And so we are already seeing the effects of this vicious circle. And so conversely, can we presume that, for example, radio is is about to pass the torch on to online streaming. And so if there isn't any discoverability option, that there will be an erosion of Quebec content. Well, the answer is yes, because we saw it during the pandemic. If we are not exposed to our own music, then we will not be consuming it. So our streaming, because there were no more concerts, our music was less consumed in streaming, even though there was more people listening to music via streaming to begin with. All of this is a vicious circle, and virtuous circles that feed one another.
Peter Julian, 2.5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank all the witnesses for coming forward today. I think you've given us compelling testimony that is going to be useful as we look through, particularly the amendment stage of C11. I haven't asked a question yet to Mr. Hatfield, and would like to go to him. First off, my question would be: Are you concerned about the testimony we've heard today from Out TV that they were excluded from a number of streaming platforms, and fear if there's not in place measures to counter that other streaming platforms coming to Canada may do the same thing? So that's my first question. My second question: I thank Open Media for its campaign against discrimination in algorithms. We know that there are problems beyond that, and that Senator Ed Markey, among others in the United States, has tabled a bill for algorithm transparency, because that is, of course, a concern of in some sectors. The campaign in the United States, Stop Profit from Hate, takes aim on algorithms, as you're aware. So I wanted to ask you those two questions. First, your concern about exclusion by the streaming platforms, and secondly, the issue of algorithm transparency.
Well, two interesting questions. I mean, I'm not familiar with the specifics of Out TV's case, so I should review that more in the future. But in terms of whether platforms don't have a must-carry obligation for anyone's content, and we don't think they should. That said, it's important that it be easy for people to participate in a variety of different platforms, and different platforms may choose to carry or not carry different things. We do get concerned anytime people seem to be locked into a given system, whether that's sort of a top-down CanCon system, or whether that's if people thought, Netflix was the only game in town. So we certainly think that it's worthwhile for the government to look at anti-competitive practices and consider applying those to some of these companies. In terms of your second question around algorithmic transparency, we very strongly support measures to make algorithms transparent to their users, to researchers, to journalists. One of the biggest problems we have with many online platforms is it's so poorly understood what's actually happening on them. So we've supported legislation around that in the States, and would certainly support it here in Canada.
Peter, that's it. Thank you very much. And I now go to Mr. Nader again for the Conservatives. 5 minutes, please, John.
Actually, Madam Chair, I believe it's going to be Mr. Uppal for this round. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, okay. Mr. Uppal, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, John. I'm just going to continue maybe with Mr. Hatfield. So last week at this committee, the CRTC Commissioner he basically admitted that UGC is in the scope of Bill C11. And he added that there should be higher degree of trust in the CRTC as a regulator. What do you think about this, especially since the minister has assured Canadians that UGC is not covered under Bill C11?
Yeah, I think perhaps the minister needs to discuss this with the CRTC and get his facts straight. It's been as people know, it's been a long and frustrating conversation we've all been having around C10 and C11, and I wish we could have clarified the fact that user content was in earlier. I think we all could have had a higher quality discussion if we'd all been on the same page on that, as we now are. In terms of telling us that we should just be trusting the history of the CRTC, I mean, no, several times over. No, in the sense that we Our recent personal experience, our organizational experience with the CRTC has not been that we can trust them to always have the public interest at heart. People who follow our access campaigns will know that we have a lot of concerns about who the CRTC is listening to when it comes to getting affordable internet to Canadians and whether it's really their top priority to do that. And certainly just as a matter of legislation, how do we go about justifying legislation as just trust the regulator, just trust will work out? That's a very poor standpoint for us to be stating out here. We think that it is incumbent on you as MPs to do better than that and to give more specific restriction and clarification to the CRTC as they move forward with anything here.
Thank you. And also, can you elaborate further on how Bill C-11 will have a detrimental effect on Canadians' consumers' ability to view content that they want to view online?
Sure. I mean, the devil's really in the details here, but the more actively the CRTC pursues forcing Canadian content into, or officially designated Canadian content into our feeds, I think the more detrimental an impact that could have on people. The vast majority of the things that many people search for online or have in their feeds, there is not a lot of Canadian content for, nor necessarily should there be. We are participating in a culture now where a lot of our experience on the internet is transnational, and it is, unless you really deeply balkanize Canadians and shut us off from those opportunities and really take issue, frankly, with their choice, we can't stop that. So what you might see is if I'm searching for a particular genre of music or a very practical thing on a search engine, getting a bunch of the closest thing that the search engine could find in good faith based off the CRTC's regulation, trying to find something appropriate amongst the quite narrow window currently of officially recognized Canadian content, and finding quite irrelevant results or unwanted results to provide to Canadians.
Yeah, what about smaller digital first creators or non-traditional artists? How does it affect them?
Yeah, well, like I said earlier, the immediate concern is them being regulated while not having any of the financial benefits. It's been said that, yes, technically they can apply for some of this funding, but their business models were not considered when the previous structure for defining CanCon was designed. Hopefully it will be as that's updated, but we have seen no sign of how that's going to be updated yet. And the single biggest concern that could affect them is if other companies do similar, other countries do similar things to us, many of them could lose the majority of their audience actually by being downranked in the feeds in other countries, in the same way that Canada is seeking to downrank the content of creators that are not officially recognized in Canada.
So you mentioned with maybe smaller producers being able to apply for potential funding. Can you have any experience between what funding under a YouTube process would take for a small producer to be able to get versus government applications? Because I've talked to organizations all the time in my office who just are having a very, very difficult time getting through any type of government application, and them comparing it to a private sector application and saying, well, it doesn't even compare at all. It's so much harder. There's so much more paperwork to do.
Yeah, I mean, I would let digital creators speak first on that one, but short answer, yes, that's exactly right. The current system, I think many small creators would look at the point system and realize immediately that they would never be able to qualify and not even bother trying to work with that system. We'd like to see it radically revised, but we have no indication in this bill from the government of how deeply they will do that revision and whether it will actually be accessible to all digital first creators in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Hatfield. And now I go to Tim Lewis for the Liberals for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all of our panelists. This has been highly informative and met up to all of our expectations, so I appreciate it. Maybe I would start my questioning with Madame Perret or also Madame Desrochers. Conversations are happening. We just referred to CanCon. Conversations are happening in regard to redefining the definition of CanCon in this bill. Can you speak to some of the criteria that's included in this bill to be considered what would be then the new definition, how we can work toward that?
I'll speak about the music industry. It is defined by the CRTC. That's how it should remain, in our opinion. If there's a public process to review the definition of Canadian content, we will happily partake. At DISC, we work with an organization in Quebec in order to identify Quebec content with very specific criteria. It's totally possible to do this kind of work. We establish criteria, we identify what corresponds to that criteria, and we can share that information very easily. I don't think that those questions should stop us now. We can definitely review that definition within a consultation with the CRTC if needed.
Thank you. I was waiting for translation to catch up. So thank you very much. You know what, maybe to follow up then, the picture that you paint is quite prophetic. The fact that Quebec has done a commendable job of supporting artists over the years, it honestly shows that we support the strength of how we get more of what we support. When we support our artists, they thrive, we all benefit. I believe in your opening statement, you mentioned 70% of Quebecers, indeed, most people throughout Canada think that foreign streamers should pay into a system, just as our traditional broadcasters already do. Can you explain the difference that this support, having web giants contribute to our cultural sovereignty in the face of internet giants controlling our media and our choices, what difference this can make for our Canadian artists?
What difference would it make to have additional funding? Well, the needs for funding are huge. The current business model in streaming is elaborated for very large markets. In Quebec, we've always been able to make sure that artists in Quebec can have careers and make a living off it. Some of them are able to have international careers, but there have always been artists that were able to live off their music in our territory. We were always very proud to say that over 80% of the revenue is independent. It's very important in the cultural industry. We can make our artists make a living locally. This does not work with streaming. We need new funds to be injected to make sure that we can fund the production and commercialization of the music, because we don't have enough funding through streaming. Our radio market is very consolidated, and commercial radio income is diminishing, and so all the revenues are diminishing. Plus, there's been 2 years of the pandemic, and so of course, new funds to support independent artists and musicians who express themselves in French in Quebec will allow our ecosystem to continue.
Merci. Maybe I could turn to Mr. Cox, Mr. Hirsch. We haven't heard from the Quebec English Language Production Council for a little bit. What will the challenges be as a cultural sector to make sure that overlooked minority voices can be heard, so we can ensure that a true picture of our culture, our identity here in Canada, and keep our sense of belonging?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that. You know, I think in respect of some of Matthew's concerns, I do think there's an openness and a willingness in the industry to see an evolution and an adaptation of what the definitions of Canadian content are. And I think with all the stakeholders working together, you know, those will evolve over time. I think international audiences are a huge part of what all content producers everywhere want. None of us want just to make shows for the home audiences, but we also want to make home shows for the home audiences. We need more money in the system in order to be internationally competitive. You know, we know that when we have the funding, we can compete internationally, and we know that our shows can be seen internationally.
Would you be okay if that funding came from the online broadcasters?
Yeah, absolutely. We absolutely believe that they should and must give back to the system that they take billions of dollars out of every year. I mean, you know, we absolutely believe strongly in the intent of C11.
Merci. I believe that is my time, Madam Chair.
That is your. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think this brings us to the end of the meeting today. And I did want to thank the witnesses for their patience. I know that the technical glitches created sort of dead air for long spaces of time, and we all know that dead air is not permissible. But thank you for coming. Thank you for all of the very complex answers you gave us. I just wanted to say one thing, and that was to echo what Mr. Hirsch said, that when Canadians are allowed to show our content to the world, we actually rule. I remember when of the 5 great divas, 4 of them were Canadian at the time. Remember Celine Dion, Avril Lavigne. I mean, we put on shows. The world loves our films, our stories. So Canadian content is important because, as far as I'm concerned, and I would love us to pursue this in another meeting, Canadian content defines who we are. It says who we are culturally, and we're a very unique country culturally. So thank you again. And I want to thank my colleagues, all of the parliamentarians who kind of sat here for 5 hours. It's been a long, long day for most of us. So thank you all. And I think you agree with me that this was the most interesting and exhilarating discussion that we had today. Thank you again. And I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Merci aux interprètes et techniciens aussi. Merci.
Thank you to the interpreters and the technicians, as well as to our witnesses.
Thank you very much, everyone. Bye.